Hello. How is everybody? Welcome in. I feel like I've like forgotten how to stream. Let's kill some zombies. Oh, that's a weird sound. Okay, so did we ever figure out, or I guess did I ever figure out what that like jingling meant? Also, what are we doing? Hey you. Hi. Hey you. All right, who is this? Missing souls. What does that mean? Where's my quest? Is this my quest? No, I don't have a quest. How do I not have a quest? Confessor of him? Okay, I get that. So it's probably telling me that I have to go to this place that's under attack, which is Manzanita Post. All right. Let's hello? This, oh, it's not the right bed. Sorry game, sorry. Travel to destination. Manzanita Post. You know what I think it is? I don't think that it's necessarily a weird sound. I think it's, I just replaced my headphones. That was terrifying. That like burst of like bats that like started when I ran. What was I even saying? Oh yeah, I got new headphones. And I think that's why it just like sounds so much cleaner now. You ended up getting Red Dead 2. It was on sale. How much was it on sale for? Was it really cheap? Yeah. Can I get my tomahawk back though? Lift town without talking to the survivors. Okay, but like, I need weapons.
I'll kill you like
hey Tori, what's up? Welcome in. How are you? Really? There we go. Reload. Reload. Talk to the survivor to find out how you can help. I want to loot though first. Town is under attack. I know, and that's why I'm trying to get these ammo. Can I loot you? No? Okay. Survivors! Survivors! Alright, so we need to get 2 more horses of the apocalypse. I remember that. Hello, sir. Talk to the survivor. Give ammo. How are you? I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Here, take this. My
tummy's a little upset today, but such is life. Oh, they're here. This lady's not dead. You're just shooting her in the crotch. She's not dead.
I'll put you all to rest.
I'll put you all to rest. You're so cool, John. I love you.
I'm getting the hang of this.
Got the ultimate bundle. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, we'll be starting that after I finish this. Although I may double up on games, which is really hard for me to do. Well, it's technically tripling up on games because I'm still playing Elden Ring. Because I really want to play Claire Obscure, but I want to play it before it gets like too old where like people aren't interested in like seeing it anymore. You know what I mean?
No time for standing.
Undead ribs. What am I supposed to do with? Am I supposed to like craft with these or sell these? Like I haven't found a single person to sell to in this game. Fair enough. Yeah, so I don't know how I'll do it. Much obliged. Okay. Let's go get this cash. Yeah, that's what Claire Obscure is. Expedition 33. Claire Obscure. Yeah. Same thing. We're talking about the exact same thing. Yeah. It's called Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is what it's called. Yeah. Okay. Am I just supposed to like is the story done? I'm so confused. All right, so let's go to, I guess, Armadillo. I'm so confused. Like, where am I? Like, where's my story? It's got to be one of these little side things. Or am I thought like, I'm not supposed to be collecting something for somebody. See, my journal just says, yeah, you can try fast travel from any house. Okay. Challenges. Survivors. All right. See? That's all it says. The survivors of Blackwater. Okay. Find Seth. Find Nigel. Oh, can I... Wait. Can I scroll? How do I, like... Is there more? See, they're all checked off. I'm so fucking confused. Yeah, but it's not done. Like, there's more. See, like, it's still in my journal. But I can't, like, I don't think... Can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can see my mouse. Like, I can't... Is there more after this? More below this? Is there more to this? Like... It says scroll, but that's just to scroll through the things. Alright, let's go do that missing souls thing, I guess. Okay. So, where did I say I need to go? Armadillo? Hello? Thank you. Armadillo. Confusion. Okay, so what's here? Oh, there's this town that's there. I guess I should just figure out what this is. Fort Mercer. Same mission, but a part 1 and part 2. I'm not sure. Oh, there's Warhorse! Exactly why I named the stream. Hi, Warhorse. Mwah. Okay. Oh wait, no, let's actually get Warhorse so we can go... Let's go here. Come on, Warhorse. Let's go. Woo. Oh, turn around. Turning around. Turning around. There we go. Thank the Lord. I thought you were dead. Oh, sorry. There's a mission, but I can't help you. Bye! Warhorse is very hard to stop once he's got started. Sorry! Eating too many hot Cheetos? Yeah. It's coming out of his hair. It's coming out of everything. Oh no, Warhorse, it's raining. Oh no, Warhorse, it's raining. Oh, I can help. Hi. Talk to the survivor. Hoomst. Hoomst. I'm just gonna light everyone on fire with Warhorse. 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 Warhorse.
Come on.
Warhorse. Nah, you ripped me off Warhorse. That's so rude. I just bopped him on the head. That's kind of funny, actually. Wow, look at that town safety bar just shoot up after that. That was crazy. I was about to be like, how are you not dead? Come here, Warhorse. Warhorse! Yeah, fucking run their asses over. Let's go. Did you see him? I just literally bopped him on the head. It was very funny. I was she's like, no.
Stop your slippery nonsense.
Whee!
Come on.
Warhorse! Warhorse! It would have been really funny if there was an achievement for killing them just using one of the horses of the apocalypse, but there's not. I looked. I've never owned a horse, but I have like gone horseback riding. Like, we used to be friends with somebody who owned horses when I was really little. I probably haven't gone ridden. I was going to say gone riding, and then I changed it to I probably haven't ridden. Probably haven't gone ridden a horse. I probably have not ridden a horse in literally probably 25 years. Gone done ridden a horse. I want to kill these ones just using this horse. Like, I'm so determined. There's like 2 left. Come on. Burn to death. Burn to death. Burn to death. War horse. No! No! Fine. 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 Rip me off, Warhorse.
I think I looted you the first time.
What are the other 2 gonna look like? Death's probably crazy. And then what's the other one? Oh, I have Famine. Man, Famine's not gonna look good. Famine's gonna look pretty terrible. If we're being totally honest. But Death's probably gonna look cool. Hello, sirs. Ma'ams, sirs, I don't know. I can't see you. What? Rude? Rude game? Alright, so we did that. Now we have to go to Fort Mercer. Nope. Nope, wrong one. Fort Mercer. Can't speak for myself, but people have said I'm a charmer. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Alright, so there's a man in here or something? A sick man? A dead man? Who is this man? Hello. Okay. How am I supposed to get in here? Hello? Not you. Hello? Hello? Beautiful. Look at that shit. Oh, look, this is how I get in. Found it. Speak friend and enter. Melon. Alright, hello. Are you up, down? Where am I looking here? Hello.
This isn't the Middle Ages. We can use science to understand.
It said take poster. Where? What? Hold to view missing. Is it on the other side of the building? Ah. Okay, hold to view. Missing. Millicent Waterbury, beloved sister at Pleasance House, sought by friends. Take poster. Does that mean I do it? Does that mean I accept? It does. Okay. Millicent Waterbury. Where are you at? Wow, you're way over here. Oh, you're so dead. Oh, sweetheart, you are so fucked. You're so dead. How do I get out of here? Can I leave out the door? I just couldn't enter I can't leave out the door either. Listen, this safe house, a little too fucking safe, my dudes.
That's so.
Where's my room? Is it above? Oh my god, the music, now that I can hear it with my new headphones, is tripping me the fuck out. Has it always been so, like, whiny? You guys heard it last time. Has it always been so whiny? I just showered. Yeah, I showered. But today it did not rain. It's been raining really, really bad this week, but today it actually didn't rain. But no, I showered. My hair looks wet because it is. Oh wait, I didn't look where it was supposed to be going. No, stop. All right, so what's closest? I guess Armadillo is pretty close. I'll go there. All right, come here, Warhorse. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh man, there's some ammo there. Oh well. All right, fine. What? What do you? What's the problem?
I'm begging you, don't do this.
What am I doing?
Shut your mouth. It ain't no matter if I take it off your corpse instead.
What if I just?
What's the hell's name? Straight. Now you gonna behave? This happened to you often, mister?
I was switching to my lasso.
Be grateful you're dead.
She doesn't need it anymore. Oh my god! Oh my god, he moved.
That's why every man should have a gun.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
That was crazy! I was gonna lasso him so he didn't, like, give her a hard time anymore. And he fucking shot her! Holy shit!
Yeah.
Warhorse! Ugh. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Come on.
You gotta go back and clip that, Horseman. Yeah, you gotta go back and clip that for me, because that was crazy. Alright, I'm gonna throw like a Molotov or something. Stop screaming, dumbass.
Hey! Stop that now!
Alright. Alright, I have a plan. I have bait, I think, right? Okay. Oh. Oh, shit. No, it gave me... Ah, shit! Ah, shit! It gave me a whole thing to do it, and I wasted it. And then... Okay.
Oh my god, thank you. That was awful.
Are you Millicent?
Yes?
Yes!
Come on. Your family's worried sick.
Never in all my life.
Oh, hey. Let's get on...
Thank
Let's
God
get
you
on
came along.
Warhorse.
What were you doing out here by yourself?
We were so hungry. Even at the fort, there ain't enough to go around.
Ah!
I wanted to find something to eat.
There ain't no food out
Don't
here.
you kill Warhorse.
You should stay where it's safe.
Don't do it.
What's your name, mister?
John. John Marston.
I've heard that somewhere before. You...
I spent some time down here, but I live in West Elizabeth. I have a small farm
Whew.
up there. My wife
This
and
is such a
son,
good DLC, Pet.
they've got the
This is my
infection.
first playthrough of this game, and I am absolutely
I sure
loving
hope
it.
so.
Welcome in, Waz.
Otherwise,
Thank you so much for
well,
being here.
I don't want to think about the
Alright, can she get on... Why?
Let's get you home.
Why do you want to die?
It just gets worse.
Oh my gosh. Alright, Warhorse, let's go! Warhorse, go! Go! Oh, okay.
Is there no end?
Why do people keep putting themselves in these situations? I still can't believe that lady got shot. Oh my god.
Have mercy.
Oh my gosh. Alright, what's the best way to get back here? Well, I guess I'll just do this. Really? Okay. Alright. Warhorse, we gotta turn around.
Come on.
Waz, how was the rest of your day? Alright, let's go, Warhorse. We got this.
At the house like a pack of wolves.
Yeah,
It was like
because
they
they're
could smell me in
hungry.
there.
No offense, miss, but they could.
Ooh,
It's
oh no.
horrific. Are they alive
Oh
or
no.
dead?
Somewhere
It
in
just
between,
gets
I
worse.
reckon.
Have you dabbled in the sequel? I have. Okay, so I started off playing 2 because it was the only one on PC, and then they ported
Let's
1
go.
to PC, which I had never played, so I stopped 2 to play 1, but I will be going back to
This
2.
It ain't like nothing I've seen
But I
before.
played a ton
telling
of Red
me.
Dead Online,
I mean,
so
my Uncle Pete gets incoherent and
I'm
mighty
pretty
grumpy from
familiar.
time to time, and coughs up some billions hours of morning, but never anything like this.
I'm pretty sure whatever your Uncle Pete's got is saloon
oh my,
related.
I can't,
Let's try
I
to get
can't
back to
help
whatever's
you.
left of your family in one piece.
Warhorse is very hard to stop.
Yeah,
2.5 hours, but things have been chill.
come on.
So the gym is pretty chill. Ah, I see. So I assume you work at a gym. Oh no, Warhorse, we gotta do it. Warhorse, there we go. There we go. Unfortunately, I work in an office.
Let's
But
go.
we do have a track that I walk every day on lunch, so that's pretty nice. But yeah, I live the sedimentary lifestyle,
Here we are.
unfortunately.
I can't seem to get away from this
All right,
place.
how are you gonna let me in the door this time? Okay. Okay, so they'll let me. Yes. So we actually our facility is a middle
Like I
school
said,
that we
thank
have
you.
converted
Good luck
into
helping your
a
family, Mr. Marston.
production,
Thank you.
manufacturing, and office. It's pretty cool, actually. So we have a gym, like a basketball gym.
Plenty more just like him, Mr. Comedian.
We have an auditorium. Yeah.
We got a whole host of
we yeah, my office is a middle school, but it's not a school. It's a agricultural production office. But yeah, it's pretty sweet, actually. Missing Souls complete. Okay, so do I have a main quest now? What? Oh, I do! Oh my gosh. Okay, good. I was like, well, I don't know how to finish this game if you won't give me a quest. You won't give me a quest. Oh wait, what's the closest? I guess like it's not that far, but Plainview is kind of closer. Let's see. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. I like his little shuffle when he's like not really running. Alright, what did I say? Plainview? Plainview, there we go. Not just an office, but a cool ass office. I know. Like, it's really funny because my office, so I'm a manager. I have a team of 13 people. I have in 2 different rooms. But because it's a middle school, like my office is literally a classroom. And it's definitely has classroom vibes. It's very funny. But I love it. All right, where's Warhorse? Warhorse. Warhorse. I almost don't want to find the others because I like war so much.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Also, I never figured out what the jingling is. I think I have, in terms of the like hunting achievements, I have to find the unicorn.
Yeah.
I have to find the chupacabra. And then I have to find the 2 other horses. And then I think the other ones are just story missions. There's a couple back in base game that I have to go back for eventually. Which kind of sucks, but whatever. This guy's got a lot of stamina, but he doesn't go very fast. Guys, I miss Jeff. Jeff was the best horse, and I've just never gotten another good one since. My office is a classroom, like literally. Like I have a desk, like I have a desk, and then like the people who work for me have like their desks like lined up in front of me. Like I'm a teacher. It's very funny. It's very funny. A ball pit or zip lines. Well, he's converting the the music room into like an actual gym, like a
You got a
workout
passage into
gym.
Mexico?
But that's like
For me,
in
no.
progress.
But for you, maybe. It all depends on your relationship with good old Uncle Samuel.
What are you talking
Was
about?
I'm not sure how
Well,
how you
the
feel
border
about
is
it, but
closed.
it might make more sense
But
if you
the
know
army
the
is
industry I
sending a
work
train down
in.
there now,
I
whether
work
it's
in
to help
the
Mexicans
cannabis
there or to
industry.
escape the
So
problems here. I have no idea.
when I say like we've got everything,
things were
it's
better in
because it's a
Mexico.
bunch of just
better
stoners
or
who
worse,
work
it's, certainly different.
in a big school.
So why am I going and not you?
Well, that's a matter of age, dear boy. The Army don't have many recruits with quite my level of experience.
So
So, you are on your own. There's a train at Benedict Point, and it's leaving soon.
There's a pic of it. Yeah,
Once
It's
they've
very
got
cool.
all of the soldiers rounded up.
the funny thing is like
Okay.
we
And,
have
your
like we have
venerable
like
friend has
candles in
done
our
some more
office and
help.
stuff like that. Like it's
I
very
have found
homey and very
some
comfortable
less
and
than
everything.
happy campers
And people
who have
always
given
come
up
in and
on
they're like,
glory
it smells
and
so good in
abandoned
here. Like,
Uncle
it's so
Sam's
cozy in
ranks.
here. And I go to all these
They're
other
hanging
offices
out
and
at
they're
the
just
scratching
like,
post.
there's like
One of
nothing on the
them might
walls.
give you a
They have
uniform.
like nothing like on any of the shelves. I'm
Okay.
just like,
what
make
about
it where you want
Ah.
to be here, dudes.
Baghdad, dear
My
boy.
dudes. Oh, hi,
Well,
AMD.
Either that, or Fort Mercer, or perhaps it's time to meet my maker with drool coming out of my mouth and a lust for human blood.
Human blood. I don't know why he like rolled
You
the
take
H.
care of
That was
yourself.
weird.
I always do, dear boy.
How is this man still alive? How has somebody not like stabbed this man? Every time I have to do a quest for him, I'm always like, how? How? Converting a middle school into a cannabis establishment has sort of irony. And the funniest part is because it's so obviously was a middle school. There's like all these like paintings and stuff on the wall, like all these like murals of things that they've done. And there's like a big one and it says like, say no to drugs. And we're all like, yeah, yep. Yep. I mean, I live in Tennessee where like THC is legal, you know, so it's not like, you know, we're not like weird criminals and people just assume that we're like weird criminals, but it's just genuinely like, no, we all work really hard and then we get free weed every month out of it.
Yeah.
You know, like that is, I know, it's so funny. And there's like a big sign like right at the front entrance that says like no smoking, no vaping. It's very funny. An edible enjoyer? That's awesome. I also am an edible enjoyer. I take nighttime edibles. It's like specifically like, are they here? I think they're actually, oh, like they're specifically like nighttime, like help you sleep gummies.
Come on.
But yeah, it's very funny. We've only been there, this is the third week we've been there. We moved the end of June, beginning of July. So we've only been there for 3 weeks, but I kind of actually like love it. Somewhere you can choose to earn it by helping the deserters or steal it and suffer the consequences. Okay, let's help out the deserters. Do I have a morality gauge in this one?
Whoa there.
Like, should I be like doing like good things for people, or does it not matter? I think I got that guy's hand.
Need some help here?
Bastard.
Sorry about that.
Oh, don't shoot the man. Oh my gosh, this guy's gonna die. He died. Okay. Nice. Or did he die?
Take on the army, you darn fool.
Maybe he didn't die? They're still coming. Alright, who's next? Who's next? Oh, you. You. Me. Am I really too far?
This time you'll stay there. Come on!
When are the NPCs gonna learn that you have to shoot them in the head? Stay there, Warhorse.
Go back to hell!
Oh my gosh. When does it end? Oh, now. Okay, good.
Now maybe you'll stay dead.
Behind me? Who? This guy? That was not behind me. He was in front of me the first time. Uh-oh. I hope one of those is the right person. Oops. I hope one of those was the right person. Really? Okay.
Form a perimeter. We don't want any more surprises.
Good. I'm getting good with the Deadeye. The Deadeye is kind of cheating, but the zombies are so hard because they like wobble all over the place. Entering proper lurk. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nice. Nice.
I'll take that.
Okay. I just need to loot everything. Hello, sir. John? John. You're kidding. I can't jump over that little tiny fence.
Thanks for helping out. They came out of nowhere.
You're welcome.
Anytime, partner. Say, you fellas have a spare uniform? What the hell for? My family's in trouble and I need to get over the border.
Oh, we're going to
There's an army
Mexico.
train going that way. Sure, what do I care anymore? You earned it. There should be one in the chest by the tent. Help yourself.
Retrieve the army uniform in the chest. Sure. 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 Right. What are the undead ribs for? Why do I need them? Hello, thank you. You can kick it down. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I have really, really good aim, and then the zombies are like, hee, just kidding. Like the Matrix or something, and just dodging. The train!
Best of
All right,
luck
Warhorse,
to you.
let's go.
Stay safe.
Warhorse has great stamina, but this is as fast as he goes. Jeff could go so fast. Hello, Bunny in chat, guys. If you're a weirdo and you're into that. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, hello.
Hold him on the perimeter! Help! Get the backside! Get the back! Get back! Come on! On the back! Conserve your ammo!
All right, let's go. Is that it? Just the four?
That's better!
Oh, no, there's more on the other side. Okay.
How long till that engine's ready? Come on!
Come on. The axe. I know. That's so funny. I wonder, like, what those are, what those mean. Oh, they're coming out of the ground? What? That's Not how zombies work. There has to be dead people there for them to come out of the ground. Oh no, I don't have a lot of ammo left. What am I doing? Kill the remaining undead. Sure. Wow. Alright, I'm out. Okay. Hello. What?
Keep shooting, there's still a few left.
No, there's not.
Engine's ready. Come on, man. Let's get the hell out of here.
Do I get on? No. Okay. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No.
You did real good, soldier.
Basic training was very thorough.
Well, that's good. These degenerates are only good at whoring and drinking.
Let's roll out.
Pouring and drinking. So I'm going to Mexico now. Is that what is going on? The mission I did directly before this was to get the uniform.
God willing.
What's the army going there for?
Officially, to help our Latin brethren in their time of need. Unofficially, to get the hell out of here before things get even worse. See what we can steal down there.
Always one step ahead, ain't we?
Eyes up! More of the bloodsuckers!
Just go. Just go, train. Like, I don't understand the problem. Just train, go. Just train, just go. What do you mean? Train, do train. Train, do train. It's fine. See, look. What a waste of ammo! What a waste of ammo. What is, can I like... Lol. Lol. I did not! Bullshit.
Keep your eyes skinned for any more of those nightmarish fiends. So what am I dealing with here? Are you a deserter?
Not exactly, sir. I got split up from my unit.
That was bullshit. Let's be real. That was
Were you involved in that
bullshit.
Vanderland operation?
I did my part.
That was bullshit.
Kept my head down and followed orders. You know how it is. Thing was a bloody mess.
Reload! Here come more of them!
You assaulted a soldier. Well, maybe if he wasn't an idiot, it wouldn't happen. Wait, can I go over here? No, I want to go on the flat one. Ah, no, I want to go on the flat one. Yeah. Yeah. What's this? Is these bullets? Blunderbuss. Let's go. Bam. Wait, no, I'm out of ammo? You son of a bitch. I know, it's kind of a jam, right? Wait, where's my, like, explosive rifle? Yeah, oh, I don't have any ammo for it? Man. Rude. Alright, now it's time. Now it's time. Whee! Whee! No, jump! Just throw. You don't have to, like, move. That was crazy. Burn dishes, exactly.
All right, every one of you clowns, get down and get the debris off the track. Let's go, let's go. Come on, soldier, move, move. Make Uncle Sam proud, soldiers. Come on. Clear the tracks quickly. Let's go.
This is a trap. This is so obviously a trap. For that, there was no reason to stop the train for that.
Come on, we ain't got all day.
There was no reason to stop the train for that. This is like just like a couple boxes, a couple pallets.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
No. You guys are dumb. You guys are so dumb.
Look out!
Oh my gosh. Woo! Get up, John! Get up, John! John, get up! John, go! No, no, this one.
Who else wants some? I still see some. Don't get everybody. There's still a few left. There's too
Still a few
many.
left. They're coming out the ground.
Why the hell are you running? Goddamn mutant!
Hoomst is still alive. What is that? What is
Only way
that?
I'm getting into Mexico.
What is that grunting noise? Release the brakes? Ah, John, no! Oh my gosh. This game does not like mouse and keyboard. Silly men. See, that was fine. Idiots. Oh, that's not gonna be, well, that might be fine. Yeah, see, just hold on. John's got the right idea. Wait. Yeah, see? We're still fine. John's got the right idea. Wait, we're not going anymore? Why are we not going anymore? Why are we not going anymore? Las Hermanas. Warhorse, hi. Were you waiting here for me? Alright, where do I go? Over here, huh? Is that Las Hermanas? Yes, it is. Las Hermanas. Down?
Come on.
Okay, down. Down, down, down by the river. Oh, Baldur's Gate! I want to play Baldur's Gate again. I mean, for the first time. Let's play Baldur's Gate for the first time. Fancy meeting you here, Warhorse. How'd you get here?
Oh my god! Come on.
Is that odd? Like you're excited for me to play Baldur's Gate for the first time? Because I've definitely never played it before.
Let's go.
Man. What an experience that was. What an experience that was. There are a few games that I think will ever have that effect on. Maybe he can. I keep telling Chaos to do one with me because the whole time, like the whole year that I was like playing Baldur's Gate, he was like, we're gonna do a playthrough. What is that? The Moopacabra. But yeah, the whole year I was playing Baldur's Gate. Chaos kept being like, let's do a co-op, let's do a co-op. As soon as they do crossplay, let's do a co-op. Now they do crossplay, and I like have all these ideas, and he's like, no, no. I think he's bitching out on me, to be honest. I think he is. I think he talked a big game. And now he's like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, he came up with an idea for a playthrough. He came up with the idea for a playthrough. It was his idea. And I was like, oh my god, that's so good. Let's do it. And then I was like, when are we doing Baldur's Gate? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know about the character. Like, I don't know. And I was like, it was your idea. What do you mean you don't know? It was your idea. Whoa, what's going on here, buddy?
I'm falling off a horse. Let's find some rest.
Why do you have zombies strung up like a weirdo?
Una persona viva! Pues come say hello, amigo! A medico must study disease and find cures. Maybe I can cure these diablos. I must stay here, but
No, sir, you can't cure them. You can't cure them.
Anything to find a cure, I guess.
Find an undead and bring it back to the doctor.
Come on.
Okay. Sure. Let's lasso a zombie and put him on the back of my flaming horse and bring him to a doctor who will definitely not immediately die. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Getting too far away, return to the doctor. I need a zombie, though. Look, I got one. I got a zombie.
Whoa there.
Wait, no, stop.
Head, bastard.
Stop. Dog. This does not involve you. Oh my gosh. Oh, you failed. I did not fail. It's right here. Carry victim. Fucking dog. That's bullshit. I didn't fail. I'm right here. All right, where's Warhorse? Where's Warhorse? What you doing all the way over there, Warhorse?
We're in a bit of a rush.
What is the screaming about?
Come on.
So is this guy doesn't want the zombie now? So what you're telling me is this weirdo doesn't want this zombie now? What the heck? Alright, fine. Whatever. Last time I do a favor for anybody. Mythical creature! Wait, is that it? Is that it? That's not it, is it? Is that it? Like, what the fuck? What is this? What is this horse, then, if that's it? Oh my god, is that... Wait, come back. Was that not it? I'm so confused. Was that not it? That doesn't look like anything. It doesn't look like famine or death. What would this be? Get off the horse. Get off my horse. Get on this horse.
Goddamn creatures.
Are you pestilence?
You're mine now. Goddamn demon. What on earth is wrong with you?
But I already got pestilence because it was like, this has got to be.
What am I
Is this
doing?
death? It's not famine. What's the flies? I don't know, man.
I got you now.
It's got to be death.
I'm in trouble here.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! No, come back! Get up, John! I think it's death. I think the white on the back is like, I don't know. The only two left are famine and death.
Whole world gone crazy.
Because pestilence was the green one, and then warhorse is obviously warhorse.
Out of my mind.
This one's probably death. My guess is death.
Nature sure
The
is
flies.
messed up. Come on, baby. Calm down.
I thought death would be badass though.
This is some crazy
And
nonsense.
flies.
Deranged creature.
Holy sh!
How'd I get myself into this?
Shit. This is crazy. There we go. All right, who is it? Let's see. It'll tell me in the corner who it is. It's fucking famine. There's no way, dude. How is that famine? There's no way. What are the flies? Famine has unlimited stamina. Yeah, but he is fine, I guess. He's fine, I guess.
I hope heaven's better.
I think I want Warhorse though, definitely. Alright, come here. Warhorse, come here. Warhorse! No, I want Warhorse. No, Famine, fuck off! I want Warhorse back! Warhorse, please. Here we go. Well, War lights shit on fire. Like, come on. Alright, so the last one is death, which I better be badass, man. I can't believe that one was famine. Ooh, let me. No, I wanted to do. No, Warhorse is gonna run away. Why is he choking her instead of eating her?
You okay, sister?
Well, I'm alive, senor. Although, come to think of it, I just committed a mortal sin.
Claim self-defense. Always works for me.
Yes, well, I fear my judges may be a little more stringent than yours. But I appreciate the advice.
I mean, you killed the
Unfortunately, many of my
undead, so
nuns are not so
technically.
resourceful as you or I. Their innocence will kill them, which is truly a terrifying reality.
I would not know.
I think maybe you would. But let us leave the psychotherapy and focus on more pressing matters. They are locked in the church, while hordes of these half-witted demons are trying to get to them.
It'd be my pleasure.
You're a true Samaritan, sir. You know, they say the devil has all the best tunes. It may be so, but it seems he also has the most half-witted friends.
So you know Bill Williamson then?
Excuse me?
Just a little joke. I'll do as best as I can to save the nuns.
Save the nuns and Las Hermanas. Wait, where's Warhorse? Oh, good. Oh, good. Come here. I need to... Wait, no. No, I need to do this really quick. This is very important. Did I get supper yet? No, technically no. But, like, I'm not quite hungry right this exact second, so I don't really have an appetite for anything. So I may end up getting something later, but right now I'm not really hungry. Okay, so where? Right, it's just this one, right? Mother Superior Blues? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. You work so hard, so treat yourself. Yeah, that's not the problem really though.
Hold up.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Alright, there's stairs. Whoa. 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 Whoa, my dude. Am I stuck on her body? Why can't I move? Oh, because there's this man. Yeah, there's a lot at this one. This is crazy. This one's crazy.
Don't mention it, mister. Stay safe.
Yeah, I kind of need my own ammo though, you know?
Never give you nothing.
Wait, if I give them ammo, does it make them better shots? You're using bullets. Be careful not to leave them high and dry. Oh, you! Fuck you! Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. What?
No, you ain't drinking my blood.
He just said, "Don't go drinking my blood." Don't go drinking my blood. What if I tried? Hello, do you need ammo? Here you go.
Hope this helps you out.
Right, would be fine if I didn't have to give my ammo. What are you shooting up here, by the way, sir? I would like to know how you think that's contributing to anything. I swear, this game does not like mouse and keyboard at all. Hello. Get bitch slapped, get bitch slapped, get bitch slapped, get bitch slapped. Oh my word. The door flung open. The bat mitzvah. Reload faster. Reload faster. Holy smokes, this one is crazy. There's so many in here.
Get down, bruiser. I'll smash your empty head in.
Get bitch slapped. The Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist. That's made up. Where's our Canadian friends? This lady is crazy. Wait, are you alive? Zeke, please. Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How are you? Humidities? Yeah. Humidities are not fun. Not fun for anyone. Leaving work? Let's go. Are you going on the... I didn't even know that was a thing. Going on the subway home? Are you kidding me? Why so many? Why are you going in circles? What is this? What is this? What is this? Alright, I need to get to people so So I can give them their ammo and complete my quest. But I don't know how. Whoa, hello. Goodbye.
Really starting to annoy me.
Bitch left. I'm 1080p. Let's go. Does it actually look? Okay, I feel like my camera does not look good, and I don't know why. It's a good camera, but I don't know how to make it look good. Can you shoot your gun, sir? Oh, look at all these stakes. The stakes are high. So funny. All right, fine. Where? 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 In buildings? They're overdone. Yeah, they're a little well. Okay, is this one's gotta be in this building. Yeah, this one has to be. What? Where? 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 The convent, I think. Yeah, but like. I'm not seeing a way up on this side. This. There's ladders everywhere.
Just what I need.
Right. Can I go in this way? There we go. There's stairs. No, that way, John. There we go. No, it says he's below. It says he's below. He's got to be in this fucking building. We gotta go in the other way. I wonder if it's like he's like stuck. I hear him. He's in this building right below me right here, but I don't know how to get. Like, how do you get into this building? Alright, so there's no way to go there. This doesn't go in here. This does not go all the way over, because it would be like through here, but it's not. I can't go in. I can't go in here. I can't go in here. Can't go in here. Can I shoot this lock off? No. Yeah, that's okay. So that's not it. These back doors are also bolted. Where the hell it like? I have the feeling he's like broken. He's literally like right here. Can I like? Wouldn't be outside. No, I just went there. I went, that's right above where I just was.
Is this real?
Okay, I think that killed him. I think that killed him. I think the fire somehow killed him. All right. Let's go. Damn, I know. All right. So I saved. Okay, so now I just have to go talk to this lady because I saved them now. Cool. Well done. That was like, that was wild. I was like, there's got to be some way, and sure enough, fire did the trick. Is it above me? All right, whatever. Let's go talk to this lady. Warhorse. Oh, we only have one horseman left. We only have one horseman.
Sister,
we have one horse of the apocalypse left. We only have death left now.
Bless you. But it's not sister. It's Mother Superior. Mother Superior Calderon.
Alderon.
Our bishop was a stickler for regulations. Until he got sick last week and ate half of the cathedral choir boys.
I'm sorry.
Crazy.
I only mention it because my girls are laughing at you calling me sister.
What do you think is causing all this?
Déjame ver.
Then you get the super secret horse. Is it Jeff?
The whole country.
Is it Jeff?
Many
Is Jeff
faces
God?
lived
Is
and
Jeff
died.
God horse? The answer is yes, by the way.
Spirits have flourished.
I got a new little like
I
seat
have no
thing
idea what
for
is
my
afflicting
chair,
the people here.
and I feel like
But
sometimes I
know it is a
can't sit on it
sickness
right.
of the soul. Something supernatural, maybe. Certainly nothing rational. Perhaps if you were to get me alive one of these creatures, we
Why
could try a
does
couple of
everybody want me to
experiments.
bring them a zombie?
Certainly.
It's a
Get me a
bad
new
fucking idea.
one who was recently human. I want to work with a subject who has only recently turned.
No.
I'll see what
No.
I can find for you.
No.
Gracias, señor.
No.
Cállense. No puedo creer cómo se portan.
They all want to die.
Pull it together.
Bring a normal undead to Mother Superior. No. No.
The sooner we can find a cure.
It's a bad fucking idea, my dude.
Go, señor.
Okay, so there's no more left in here though, is there? I'm so confused. Bring him normal undead. Okay, but why is it sending me over here? Hi, Oni. Welcome back. Good to see you. She's likely to be eaten, but I don't remember. They're all likely to be eaten. Like, I feel like every time somebody asks me for some zombies, I feel like another Jurassic World movie. Like, how many times are we gonna go through this? Find the first map in the chest in the wilderness camp and find the treasure. Wait, do I have that? No, I don't have that. Warhorse! But it's not really Warhorse, it's a different one. Undead ears. 65 undead ribs. What do I do with these, though? No, I'm pretty sure that's a different mission, I think. That was like just like a little side, like a little character townsperson mission. None of them are Jeff. I know, it's true. Okay, so Zambi, huh? The music in Mexico is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, it was for a mission. I didn't dress him like it was for like 2 missions ago, and I just never changed. Yeah, I had to disguise myself as a soldier so I could get on the train to go to Mexico.
Whoa.
I don't think so.
This you call the
Is this a normal undead? I don't think it is. I think it's like a super. It's a too late undead. Too dead undead. No. Yo, get burned by Warhorse. That's right. Alright. Oh my god, shut up! There's no way right now. No way right now! Alright, are you a normal undead? Like, is she gonna- is this acceptable? Alright, is that gonna count? I don't think that counts. I feel like that's like a scrambler or something. Okay. Hello, Zambi. She said she wanted one that recently turned, and he does not look recently turned.
Let's go.
He definitely does not look recently turned. He looks very old. No, 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 no. Wait, that was a weird little cutscene. Can you move, Warhorse, please? Warhorse, please. Bring a normal undead. Hello? Is this not- are you not entertained? Seriously? Seriously? Serious? God damn it. God damn it!
Come on.
What's a normal fucking zombie? Oh, wait, are you a normal? Are you normal? Hello? Hi! Come here. No! Come here.
Calm down now.
You look kind of like not that old, right? Dog?
This won't take a moment.
Right, I'm just gonna book it because it's right here. Oh, I guess I'm not gonna book it because you can't book it while you're carrying. Was he not a I guess not. I don't understand what a normal zombie is. Come here, Warhorse. Alright, put your gun away, John.
Keep quiet now.
Alright, is this a normal zombie? Like, I don't... What else would you like, lady? Alright. Is she gonna, like, freak out again? And, like, be like, oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, a zombie! Ah! Hey, come here! Warhorse! No, you meant Zambia. It's okay. Alright, here's a fucking zombie.
Mother Superior, I think I have a test case for you.
Senor Marston, you're a true pilgrim.
That I ain't.
That I ain't.
Now let's see. Well, it certainly isn't the flu. Their eyes are so devoid of love, of anything.
Because they're dead.
Lively one I see. Here,
What is that?
holy water. I think we may have something.
No.
It seems to be working.
No.
Maybe.
No. No.
Maybe not.
No.
But it seems as if you were nearly saved.
No, it
Spiritual
didn't.
infections are confusing
No, it
things, Senor
didn't at
Marston.
all.
None of us can hope to understand them properly.
But he came back for a minute.
No, he didn't.
I bless the water, but perhaps my faith is not that strong. I have to do more thinking, but I need time.
What's
Every
up,
day
driver?
more of
What's
my
going
people
on?
fall as the dead rise in sepulchro.
Then perhaps it's time I put them to rest.
Yeah, not even
Take the holy
close.
water.
Like he just
Maybe
like
it will be a
sat still
calming
for like a
balm
fraction
the
of a
restless
second.
departed.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You are a blessing in an unusual form.
What do I order at Sonic? Get one of the smashed burgers. They're really good. Sonic. Holy water's thrown weapon that will set dead ablaze with a blue holy fire.
Hello.
Hello. For you. All right, let's not waste time. Let's not waste time. Oh wait, let me loot this man. She was so
Seth,
unappreciative.
Finally, I've joined you.
I got an ingredient. All right, now. What's this? Biographies and Lies. Mother Superior Blues. Wait, that's a continuation of the one I've been doing, but this is a new one. Let's do this one. Warhorse. Hi, Warhorse.
Let's go.
What's a Culver's? I don't think I've ever been to a Culver's. Or seen a Culver's.
Yeah. Easy.
Okay. Burn the coffin. 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 Frozen custard and smash burgers. That sounds actually like banging. Sounds bangarang. Warhorse, it's not safe for you. Go, Warhorse, go. Be free. No. 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 Burn the coven! Smashburger, got it, yeah. And if you're into pickles, they have a whole new, like, pickle menu right now. Burger and frozen custard place. Ah, I've never heard of them. Never heard of it. Throughout the graveyard. Sure. Like a whole drink of pickle juice? Yeah, but like some people are into that. But I mean like they have tots that are like tossed in like a pickle juice kind of thing. There's lots of different stuff. There's like a burger with like extra pickles on it. Spooky things spook me. I know, it's so spooky. So spooky. Where's the big guy? Pickle juice shots at the store sometimes.
I don't care how many times I have to kill you.
Fries or tots? Tots. You gotta get tots. Tots. That's so taut. All right. Why are you screaming? Sheesh. Size. Okay, tots. Well, if you don't want my opinion. A whole drink.
You after trying to eat me.
You ain't never lived, horseman.
Freak wants it next.
So you've had a pickle slushy.
Freak.
Wait, I want to try the holy water. Chow.
Here.
Woo!
I got you as live as you bastards up.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Unrealistic, but crazy.
How do you enjoy it?
Oh, you were sighing at the Pokemon. No balls. Oh, God. Oh my gosh, this one is not, like, ending. Fine. Burn. Burn. Alright, I need to go further into the graveyard because they keep pushing me out. Went to Wawa for the first time today. Mother, stop. Bro, this one is going on forever. Holy shit, why is this one going on for so long? It's a giant cemetery? I know, but like, holy schmerks. My dude. There we go, okay. The Santa? Wait! 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 Holy shit, I can't move. Oh my god. Holy shit, dudes. What the fuck was that about? I don't think I have any blunderbuss ammo left. I used the last of it a couple missions ago. Yeah, I don't have any. Oops, that's not the one I want. Nope, nope, nope. Holy smokes! Oh my gosh, that one took forever. That one took forever. Okay. After I loot all this, I'm gonna take a quick little bio break.
Now, this is a new low.
Zombie parts as ambo? Ooh, is that something I can craft? Oh, I missed what that said. It said it would take Mother Superior time to do something. Hold, journal. To compose her thoughts. Try visiting other survivors. Okay, till she's available to speak. All right, I'm gonna go piss girl. So I will be right back. I am back. Thank you to those who waited. Going piss girl. Oh yeah, when everyone is tinted yellow. You're gonna update your RDR too? I'm kind of excited to play Red Dead 2, but I also, like I was saying earlier in stream, I really, really want to play Clair Obscure. Expedition 33. And I want to play it before, like, some of the attention has kind of dropped off. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna immediately hop into Red Dead 2. Or if I want to double up and do, like, Red Dead, like, you know, Mondays and Fridays and Clair Obscure on, like, Sundays or something. Yeah, it's so fucking good. So I started it, and I got, like, nothing of any value. I got, like, 3 hours of playtime, and I was like, I have to play this on stream. Like, this is so clearly, like, a stream game. You know? You took forever. I did take forever. If I'm being honest, I did more than just pee. I smoked.
Come on.
I mean, what? Not here. My good Christian Minecraft server. Speaking of good Christian Minecraft server, where's Nikki? I'm gonna play with a friend, but my intention to play the whole game again might not be there. Are you talking about Red Dead 2? Like Red Dead Online? Or just like playing simultaneously with a friend while they play? Your monitor finally delivered? Let's go! I'm so pumped for you. I am so pumped for you. It's gonna be so dope. Casa Madrugada. 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 Okay, hello. Oh. Oh? Oh? Yeah? Oh. Zambi's finding true love.
Do you think I like shooting women? You filthy, whoremongering wretch.
Gracias, señora, que estaba viendo a mi tía que está media desculpada.
I like him, he's so grumpy.
Get out of here. Go on. Go on, get it.
Ándale, gracias.
Gracias,
Mr.
gracias.
Ricketts.
A
Hello,
cooler
John.
house.
I see you're enjoying another vacation in our little resort.
Something like
Extra fan,
that.
storage card, keyboard, mouse. Is
Well,
everything? Yes, let's go.
We got sunshine, sand, and a place
Refresher's
that
all
makes
right.
people eat each other.
Well, you got the dragon fruit
Come to
Red
think
Bull
of
one?
It must feel just like America to you.
That's
What
super
is
good, but not super
going
bad.
on?
I like the green tea.
Thought things were
one.
calmer in Mexico.
I like the
This
green
is
tea one.
calm. What's a little light cannibalism among friends? Excuse me. So, how have you been?
Good. Well, apart from my wife and son being tied up and trying to rip my soul clean out of my body, and the entire Earth turning into
Hell.
hell.
Good. Real good. You know, John, I've lived a long life. I've seen this land when it was just
I'm
wilderness
so
and
curious about the mechanics of the
I've
zombie
seen
fucking.
missionaries nailed to crosses by shaman and burn into just the cinders of their misguided devotion. I've seen slaves get set free and return to a bondage even more confusing than the one they left behind. I've seen diseases wipe out entire communities in a weekend.
You've seen some
I've
shit.
seen bad men make their own Valhalla out in the bush, with harems of maidens and the hunting of men. as a
Maidens!
sport.
Elden Ring!
I've seen men struggle with principles and morals and the very meaning of existence. I've killed all that can be killed.
No, what are you doing? Oh, I thought he was just like, I've done all I can do. I'm just gonna kill myself now.
But I I've never, in all my natural-born days,
The fact he
seen
lit it with a
anything
cigar is
quite
so
like
pimp.
this.
Nor
It was
me,
so
sir.
pimp.
Now, if we could only get something that would attract these blighters,
Oh, I actually have
we
something
could
for
kill
that.
them faster and maybe return this land to its natural state.
Some kind of bait?
I have bait.
Exactly.
I think I might know how.
And more dynamite. I'm
I
running
have both
pretty
of
low.
those things.
Let me see what I can do.
I have both
Thank
of
you,
those
John.
things.
And take care.
Can I just do? I have both of those things. Return in a few hours with undead bait. I have both of them. Look, see, I've got dynamite and I've got the undead bait. I have both of those things. Both. I got both of them. Bofa. Oh my gosh, I got no ammo though. Woo. Woo. Alright, return in a few hours. Okay, so I need to go back to Mother Superior in a few hours. And I need... Okay, can I just rest here? Let's just rest. Let's just rest. Hello, goodbye. Hello, hello. Go Seepy. Go Seepy. I wanted to change out of my fake uniform too.
I deserve this.
I deserve this. I just did. Wait, why can't I change my clothes? Change my clothes. Do I need to have my... Do I need to have this uniform on still? Maybe I'll just leave it on because I'm in Mexico and I don't know. I'll just leave it on while I'm in Mexico because I don't know. Alright, Landon, I'm back.
Mr. Ricketts,
Hello, sir. How have you been?
as you imagine,
Good.
What does that say? Red
Did you
mist?
get the dynamite?
yes. And the bait.
Like an Elden Ring speedrun? What's Elden Ring?
Let's see.
Oh, the dynamite in... No. No.
Wonderful.
No. No.
Here. Let's work with that. For
No.
a second. This calls for a soft touch. Not the brutish hands of a man of
Get a
war,
bonus fry.
but
Let's
the
go.
delicate touch of an artist.
Their fries are okay. The tots
Some
are where it's at.
use oils. Some a chisel and a block of marble. For me, sir, it was always either high explosives or the trigger of a fine iron. But it's much the same.
More fun. Yeah, but why doesn't he light it and then throw it?
Sometimes your
Well, I guess
humility overwhelms me.
that would
Ricketts.
defeat the purpose of the like
You
the
and
bait.
Me both, Mr. Marston.
But then you're just gonna shoot. That's so,
Now, if you'd have
that's so
seen
silly,
me
I guess.
When I was a young man, if you'd have seen me when I was so fast, you couldn't see me. Well, then you'd know this is humility. The truth is, well, the truth is long dead. Now we got only memories. Memories and a great swath of demonic mutants, of course.
Have you heard anything?
I heard a man in Chicago was writing a biography of me. And can you believe it?
Half the stuff I might not have
An
used.
artist in Pittsburgh painted my portrait.
I mean, the demonic hordes, not your own unending glory.
Oh, that. Nothing too interesting. Someone said that there's some really big problems near Escalera. But I can't concern myself too much with that. This is my
Why?
home now. This and this up here.
Take care of yourself.
I will.
This is my
I don't think
home
getting
now.
savaged by some brainless corpse
Sure.
would do too much justice to your myth.
Yeah, I think you're teasing me, Mr. Marston. But I thank you, and I appreciate your concern nonetheless.
I'm a knuckle cracker. I know it's terrible for me. That was loud. I may have just been like right here. Boom bait? Wait, how do I craft? Build undead bait. Boom bait works like undead bait, but it blows up after a few seconds. That's so weird. Boom bait. Wait, can I just do it without it exiting each time? Doesn't look like it. Okay, hold on. I want to also do this. Where's my treasure? What the fuck? Okay, so this is a railroad with a farm next to it. Okay, and then in a little canyon. Okay, so it's a railroad that's got... Okay. Does the map have detailed railroads? Okay, it does. Okay, so... That's not it for sure. It's got to be in Mexico, right? Maybe it's not in Mexico? I mean, it could be like any of these. Oh no, I bet you it's right here. It's either this one or it's this one. But which one has like... Yeah. Because if you see all of the others, like have like a triangular like connection like that, these two don't. These two are the only ones that have just like that. Okay, so it's definitely one of these two. But I can't see like topographical maps. So... Mason's Bridge. Wait, it said it's got a farm by it, right? Didn't it say? If you've seen a light, you should be able to recognize it. I can't see on the phone. If you've seen a light, you should be able to recognize it. Yeah, see, that's why I'm like, I think it might be here. Wait, how do I look at my thing again? Okay, so... Train station. Clearly. Okay, and then... Okay, train station with like a little farm. And then it goes into one of these. So it's gotta be like... It's gotta be McFarlane's Ranch, and then it's gotta be over here, right? Train station with a farm. Wait, this is the train station. Yeah, train station with the farm. And then it said it was like going into the like how do I put this into words? It's like going in. No, not that. It's going into the turn. Like, see, like. So the turn goes this way, and it's going with the turn and then past it. So, okay, so train station with a farm. And then two... I think it's over by McFarlane's. I think it's over by McFarlane's. I think it's over here. And one of these... Oh, that's a train station too. It might be this one, actually. Because that train station didn't pop up till I got closer. So yeah, it could be this one too, because that would be the train station with the farm on the on the right, I guess, technically the right. Okay, so maybe it's this one. Yeah, maybe it's this one. That's my guess. What is this? What is this place? How do I get here? What is this place? This is the camp? What is this? Pacific Union Railroad Camp. Alright, let's see if that's it.
The picture I'm trying to paint.
I'm curious. It's a 50-50 chance. I think that's it. I really do. Alright, so what was it? It's the railroad camp. There it is. Pacific Union Railroad Camp. Let's go. Okay. So, here's the camp. Wait. Okay, here's the camp. Here's the... That's the railroad station. Okay, so then... Which way? If I go this way... Okay, so there's... That's not technically the merge that I'm talking about. So there's like a... Okay, hold on. So you go with the curve, right? Am I thinking the right thing? So if you go with the curve, it's got to be like... Alright, so I'm gonna mark this just so I know when I'm there. Stay on the right, yeah. Okay.
Let's go.
Here we go. Okay, so here's this. So now, do I go this way?
Let's go.
Right, you go with the curve, I said?
Whoa
Why is the
there.
music so weird and creepy? No, this doesn't seem right.
Come on.
There's no little, like... Wait, no, you go with the curve and then keep going? Hold on. Stop. Okay, so... This way? Did it drop down in a valley?
Yeah.
In the map, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe I was wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the f- come on! I didn't even think that was a fucking thing. They could just interrupt me? I helped you. Bro!
Little bastard work.
I'm truly indebted to you, mister.
Mister?
Don't mention it. Now find somewhere safe and stay there.
Okay, so you would have to go this way and then with the curve. So it's got to be like here. It's like that's the which is exactly where I am. Maybe I'm wrong, but those are the only ones where the... See, because all the others make, like, this triangle shape. This is the only, there's only these two places where it's just like a merge. Maybe it is McFarlane's. Yeah, see all the others. See, that's a triangle. That's a triangle. That's a triangle. These are the only ones where it's just like a straight merge. It's just these two. But if you look at the treasure map, it doesn't look like, it looks like it's a really sharp turn and this is a river. Is this also a river? Wait, this one, wait. I bet you that's actually, oh, you can't see it. I bet you this is actually important. The fact that this supposed to have a windmill. I don't think this one over here had a windmill. Let's try it again. You think Gaptooth? No, see this, look at this, that one's a triangular one. And that one's a triangular one. There's nothing else in Gaptooth that merges like that. Just go step by step. Yeah, I'm gonna check. First of all, I don't think that this one had a windmill. I really don't remember it having one. And that will kind of be the make or break it. Hiding. I know. I technically was hiding it, but it wasn't on purpose. Come on, Warhorse. Warhorse. There we go. Okay. Okay, so here's a river, but that's not... I don't think it's the same one that it's trying to tell me. Okay, so this one does not... Okay, this one does not. So... So, let's go to this one. See what it is.
Come on. Come on.
Ah. We are a little close to the river here. All right. Can I swim? Nope. Nope. You can't swim. All right. Well, that's silly. That's silly. Let's just fast travel over there, I guess. This music, man. It's crazy. I definitely can hear a huge difference now that I got new headphones. Right. Okay, so I am going the right way. Well, that's a thing. Okay, so is this the train station?
Hello there.
Okay, this is the train station. Okay. So, he said go this way. Because there's the thing. There's the... Okay. So we're going this way. Now, when we get to... What the... That's not right. Like, that's deceiving with this picture. Okay, so that's that, correct. And then we go that way. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so like clearly that way to this way. Okay.
This can't be happening.
So is there water? You know where it is? I feel like this doesn't make sense. Okay, so here's the cross, which doesn't fucking make sense. So then, I wish there was a hotkey for this. This is where I'm confused. Is this is either a road or a river? This is where I'm confused. So like, this way? Like around the curve and past like the straight. So like none of this makes sense. Unless they mean that way. Keep going? I don't feel like this is right. Like, so this is either a road or water. So you go with the curve of the railroad until it's straight, and then you cross either, I'm assuming, a river or a road into like a thing. But that's where I'm like, gotta cross the water? That's like over here. What? So the water's this way.
This is madness.
This isn't right. This doesn't feel right. Unless there's... Unless there's another train station that has the windmill. A dry creek bed. Like that. Alright. It's the curve part that's kind of confusing me. Because it's like, go with the curve till it's straight and then cross over. But there's nothing here. I mean, there's this road. So cross this, go this way. To the straight. I don't know, man. Am I just like, first of all, how did you survive?
Bolting creature. Partner, over here. I need your help.
What's up, dude?
I'm alone. I ain't feeling so good.
Oh, that sucks.
Now, this is really low.
Okay, I don't think this is right. Dave, am I in the right area? Because none of this feels right. Like, none of this feels right. There's got to be another... Like, there's got to be another thing that's got a windmill with it. But I don't see any. Let's look at the map. Like, I thought I was reading the map really well. All right, so that one, it's very, very obvious. Like, you can very clearly see that this is, like, with the windmill. But that maybe there's another that's got another windmill with it. I'm so confused. I liked your... Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because, like, it's so obvious that it's this one. So, and especially because there's the windmill, and then right directly next to it is the fence circle of the farm. So, like, the starting point is here, and then you go this way. But then this part is where I get confused, because it says go with the curve to, like, the straight of the railroad, and then you cross over. So, like, this makes sense here to go with the curve until it, like... But then after that, I'm so lost. And this is very far for the river. Let's see the treasure map. Okay, so train station, windmill, fence of farm. Go the direction with the windmill. Okay, I got that part. Now, this is where I'm very confused. Oh, here, just so you can confirm with me. See, windmill, you know, fence, go with the direction of the windmill. So we've gotten that. Now, this part is where I'm confused. This is either a road or a river. And then... But see, this looks... And maybe I'm just reading this too wrong. But, like, this is straight. And that's where I'm confused, because this doesn't match. So, like, if I go straight this way, so is it further? Like, is it way further? There's no way. It has to be this one. And then, but this is really far. To the left there and try to get towards it. So you think I go this way and to the left? So, like, here? Oh, I don't think you can see. So you think, like, this general direction? Yeah? Alright, I'll try. I'll just mark it so I have a general direction ahead in. Okay, that's so very, very... Oh my god, where did you just come from? Holy sh... They just, like, fucking appeared, dude. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Alright, come here. Alright, let's see. So we're following these. This way. Okay, so here's like kind of a cliff face here.
Go.
That's like a mine ahead.
Let's go. Come on.
What's even in here? Is it literally just like a straight through?
Come on.
Okay. First of all, turn back around so we don't get off track here. Okay, so go off the path and cross some sort of road or river.
Slow down. Come on. Yeah.
Okay. BRB, no problem. I don't know if this is it.
Come on. Come on. Yeah.
I feel like it's like right here, but it's very obviously not.
Come on.
Okay, so here's the track again. Okay.
Come on. Easy up now.
3 notches. Those 3 notches north of you on the map on the boundary. Like right here, you mean? I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. How do I get there? Okay.
Fast.
Can I not go faster uphill? Come on. Oh my, are you fucking kidding me? This is absolutely fucking wild, bro. I wonder if it's the game telling me I'm not supposed to be going over here, because it's technically out of bounds. Oh, John! Okay, why? The fact that... The fucking controls, dude. They are not meant for mouse and keyboard. Like, I can't make sharp fucking turns. That sucks. That sucks so bad. But clearly, it's like, it's very, I don't know. Oh, here, yeah, you can see. It's clearly here, but it's out of bounds. Like, am I not, like, can I not go there? That's crazy. I'm so annoyed because he just would not move and run away. That actually really frustrated me. If you're gonna release a game on PC and you're gonna port it to PC, your PC controls need to be able to control your character. Oh, that was so frustrating.
Come on.
Oh, I'm so super annoyed right now that just like... First of all, like, why was I going so fucking slow? Second of all, like...
Come on.
I could not maneuver. Alright. Okay, can I not go here? Like, it's technically out of bounds. That's why I'm like... Is the game telling me no? Oh, now it's gonna let me go. Now there's nobody here. Cool. Come on.
Let's go.
Put a little pep in your step, buddy. Let's go.
Whoa.
Let's go. Oh, tree. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Why suddenly, like, he no go? Why suddenly horse no horse?
Come on.
I am spamming run and he's just like chilling.
Whoa there.
How do I do? How do I hidden treasure? Hello? Hello? Is this not fucking it? Is this it right here? There it is. I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
Would you looky here?
What is it? What is it? What is it? Undead Treasure Hunter rank 1. But what did I just get? Repeater ammo. Revolver ammo. Shotgun ammo. Is that it? Open your satchel and choose a treasure map. Right, so was that it? I just got a bunch of ammo? Did it give me something that it didn't like list on my screen? Yeah, and the satisfaction of being ripped from my horse by zombies. Alright, let's see the next one. Okay. Holy shit, okay. This is clearly a farm. With a cliffside. And I guess is this supposed to be a tree? Oh, I see. Okay, so this tree in the background, in the foreground, is this set of trees here. The roof is the big landmark. So it's whatever this farm is. And I don't remember what, like, McFarlane's and shit looks like.
Yeah.
But I doubt it's McFarlane's again.
Let's go.
Okay, so...
Come.
I just want to get a little closer to a town of some sort. Stop getting stuck on trees. You're literally a horse.
Left. Yeah.
Little bat. Little boar. Dude, why is my horse going so slow right now? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Where'd all those zombies go that just demolished me? Not that I want them, but like, what the hell? Also, I have to find it. Are you fucking kidding me? Just go through them. Ooh, don't die. Okay. Ran into, oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Your horse was like, get fucked. I can't cross this bridge on my horse. No, I don't want to go that way. I want to go down. How do I go down? None of these. Oh, there we go. This is down.
Come on.
I think. Is this down? It's no horse. Just go down this little thing right here. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go. All right. Now, to where else is like looks like a farm of some sort. Ridgewood Farm? Is it Ridgewood Farm? Is it?
Come on.
Oh wait, how far am I? Am I very far? Not the furthest. Okay. War horse. Is it? Is it? Fast! Armadillo. Just passing through. They are gonna kill you because I am long gone.
Come on.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Yeah.
Guys, it's been so hot that even with my air conditioners on, it's still like a bajillion degrees in here. That horse looks horrible. Odd Fellows Rust. Goodbye.
Come on.
Come on. Okay. Ridgewood Farm. Chaos! I was just talking about you.
Slow up.
What was that? 59 months. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much. How you doing? How's things? I don't think this is it. I don't think this is it. This doesn't match. This doesn't match. That's not it. This isn't it. You well enough? I honestly was talking about you earlier today. I was saying that you bitched out and you won't Baldur's Gate with me. Even though it was your idea. Wait a minute. This whole operation was your idea. What's Worthington Ranch? Okay, so it's definitely not here. All right, let's look at the map again. See, this is very, very clearly a barn, and this is, I'm assuming, the house. So, where's the barn? That's the barn, and that's the house. So it would be this direction. Yeah, so that's definitely not it. Okay. So what else? I should figure out what I'm playing. I was like vibing with your idea, but... Oh, what's Critchley's Ranch? What's that look like? A Camerupt. Cass, thanks for being a real G, though. I appreciate the resub. Very kind of you. Big supports. Faster. All right. I don't think this is it either. I mean, this is barn. Barn and house. I don't think this is it either. Yeah, Dave says that the roof is a big tell. So. Okay. It's definitely, it's gotta be a ranch of some sort because that's very, very clearly a barn. How was I read it out? Yeah, how did you didn't rat them out. Oh, you said something about a monk. Yeah. I made a joke about I should play Baldur's Gate for the first time, which clearly, haha, very funny because a bajillion hours. And Horseman was like, "Oh, Chaos wants to play a monk. Maybe you can help him." Okay, so it's not that. Okay. Where else is Solomon's Folly? Wait, isn't Solomon's Folly the haunted place? Where is this? Dave says he just recognizes it. What's this? What's this? It wasn't Critchley? No, isn't this Critchley right we're at right? Yeah, we're at Critchley right now. And the roof doesn't match what you're saying. Maybe Venter. That's what I just marked now as Venter. Yeah. That's what I just marked Venter. We're going there. Cowboy thinking hat on. No, I mean Dave knows that I want to figure it out, but if he at least knows what it is, he can kind of like hot and cold, you know. Nice shirt, thank you. I actually really like this shirt, and I don't wear it very often because it's kind of like, I don't want to say dressy, but it's on the dressier side. But I like this shirt, so thank you. I appreciate that. How far from this ranch are we? Oh, we're close. Okay. Okay, so here is... This is Ventnor's place. Barn. House. There? Right? Barn, house. Hold on. Wrong button. Okay, so... Barn, house. Straight. Okay, so I think it's that tree right there.
Yeah.
Just not sure how to build Link to be effective to carry. Well, don't forget that like we do have 2 companions as well. You know, unless you want to go full role play and we don't have companions, or companions only like accent the roleplay. Oh, you said duo? Okay. No, I honestly, no. What are you talking about? Like, sword and shield, super effective. And then I'll have radiant spells. I think it'll be good. Okay.
Let's go.
So there's clearly, okay, hold on.
Whoa.
Okay, so here is, okay, so that's that. Right? That's the, stop. Catch on fire. Or just get shot in the face, it's fine too. Oh my gosh. Okay, so up. Is it? Spookamus, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was Inscription? Welcome in. Oh my god, it's literally right here. Look, Dave. Look at Dave. Dave, look at it. Hi, Snow. How are you? Spookamus, how are you? Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? How was Inscription? Must run? Oh, no problem. If you got a raid and run, I appreciate you. Talk soon. No problem. Like for everyone else who came over on that raid, how was stream? How was your day? How was your Friday? Yeah, I don't need you romancing a vampire while I'm sitting there as Link silent. Come on. Come on. What makes you think I would do that? What makes you think I would do such a thing? I didn't even see what I got from that. Why would you think I would do that? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you've never been here before, or if you've never met me, hello, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. And that includes lots of different things, like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-like, and everything in between. As you can see, my chat already knows what's about to happen, but if you've never experienced a raid here before, I hope you've got your popcorn ready. I've got a little video that I like to show. Just kind of show off what to expect, what it's like here. See if this is a place you want to hang out. Get to know us. Spend some time. See what we're about. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god. He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I've never played Baldur's Gate in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what a balder or a gate is. What's a balder? What's a gate? Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. I hope you all had a great time. I hope you had fun playing. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay, there's like... Is this a brick house? She's a brick house. Alright, so it's got like a little... Where the fuck is this? This is a river, clearly. Where is this? Okay. So, a small little ranch with brick house? Look at the topology. Yeah, there's a corral. Okay, so mountains. I see that. Mountains. This is a river. Okay, so we're right next to a river with two... Okay, let's see if we can see this on the map. Right, here's a river. Let's see. River. I mean, this is just the big one. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. A corral. Like I said, this is just the big one. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is the only one. No, that's too much stuff there. See, I can't see other... Like, it doesn't show other, like, small rivers and stuff. This is just the big river. Unless it is the big river, but I don't think so. I'm all the way zoomed in, so I should be seeing... Okay, see, these are the smaller rivers here. Hmm. I don't see anything that stands out. Yeah, I don't see anything that stands out. South New Austin along the river. Like Scratching Post or whatever. I just saw Scratching Post. Where did I see Scratching Post? Okay, here's Scratching Post. So, like, that doesn't fit. See, and then there's... There's this, but that doesn't match. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't match. That doesn't match. Well, like these, oh, you can't, I don't know if you can see with my camera. Yeah, okay. These two, I thought for sure. But there's nothing there, so that's not it. But yeah, I agree the topology definitely looks close, but there's no... small little ranches that are popping out. Like, that doesn't match either. And this is only the big river. It doesn't account for other little tiny ones, you know? Shouldn't go chasing your waterfalls. What did I say? To make you feel better, you need to what? Okay. It's definitely not that. It's definitely not that. Alright, let me look again so I can at least get a bearing of what side of the river I guess it's on. Okay, so the river will be on the left-hand side of this when you're looking. That's so weird. So the river's on the left here. Okay. That doesn't really help because it can still be on any side, really. River on the left. This one is really throwing me for a loop here. Like, it's supposed to be right against the river, basically. That's not it. Whew. Little jump scare there. Oh, it cut off for some reason. Get up, bottle. I don't know why it cut off. All right, I'm confused. Like, I thought maybe this one.
Immediately.
No, that I think is... That's not right. Plus, it's too far from water. This one has stumped me. You'll see it on your travels. I don't know. It's really stumping me, and I'm like... I did so good with the other two. Like, I mean, obviously I had to do some experimenting to get to them, but I ended up finding them in the end. They don't give you all the details. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's by water. It's got, like, the corral with the little outhouse and stuff. And what I assume... Oops, I hit the wrong button. What I assume is... It looks like it's specifically a brick building. This one specifically, like, makes me think it's a brick building. And I think that's also going to be part of it. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading into that too much. Like, why specifically is that, you know? Cactus? Do you think these are cactus? Not just little twigs? Yeah? Okay. I definitely just thought they were just like little trees. Little tree sketches. Okay, brick building, outhouse, corral with a little feeding trough. And then in the distance is like two little mountain top. Third big rock crap has been left out of the the second drawing, but I don't know. The third. Well, I think it's behind. Like, I think this is behind this right here. Like, I think you're looking this direction when you're standing here. You're looking in this direction. Brick building. Alright, alright, so where do we actually now where do we actually have to go? All the way over here. Dang, that's kind of far. Dang, that's kind of far. It's only half brick? Alright, Warhorse, let's go. None of the roofs are completed. But it's very close to being next to water, like clearly by the picture. Whether it's right on the water line or not, it's very close to water. Like that's very obviously water and not a road. Like, that's very obviously water and not a road. The outhouse. No, I feel like there's mad outhouses in this shit. Right. Water. Look, there's water.
Yeah.
My arm itches. There we go. Oh, I hit the button as I tried to touch my keyboard again. A yurt? It's definitely an outhouse of some sort. It's clearly on the water, whether it's against a lake or I think it's against a river of some sort. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the big giant one that's in the middle of the map. So I'm very confused. Nope, nope, nope. You son of a fucking... This is what I mean by, like, it's not for mouse and keyboard, even though they released it on mouse and keyboard. Like, it's so hard to get your horse to turn around. Come on. Go on. Go on. There we go. Go on. It's like, I feel like the reason that it's difficult is because, I mean, I can't, but like, you can't like you can like slightly press your keyboard, but it still kind of like does the same effect, if that makes sense. Like, we can't, oh, a mythical creature. Is it the last one? It's the last one. Hold on, where is it? Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I didn't see it. Where was it? I didn't see him.
Come on.
Oh no. I didn't see it. Did anybody see it?
Come on.
Oh, bummer. I mean, it'll still be around, but like, I don't fucking see it anywhere. Wait, what is this red dot? There's just a red dot, but now it's gone. No, there's a red dot. What is it? I don't know if anyone can see it. There's a red dot on my mini-map right here. I don't know what it was. That sucks. I hope it wasn't the last horse, and I hope I didn't miss it forever. But I did not see it. I did not see anything. That sucks. I want to go back and look and see if I like just missed it, but I did not see it anywhere.
Easy.
Damn. Wait, are you? You're not it, are you? You're not death, are you? No, you're not. There's no way. Ark, thank you so much for the raid. This horse is this is not it. There's no way. Wait, it's an undead horse. It could be. Is it?
Steady.
Ark, thank you so much for the raid. How was a Claire Obscure? This isn't it. There's no way this is it.
I got you. I got you now.
If this is death, that's so disappointing.
Hold on.
No, that's not it. Okay. Traumatizing. Did you finish it? Because I'm probably starting it relatively soon. Alright, that's unfortunate because that means that I missed whatever that legendary was. Hopefully it's not one and done, because that would be like really unfortunate. I'm really bummed out, man. But I didn't see anything. You beat the last story boss today? Yeah, I'm excited and nervous to start it because a lot of people have been like, oh my god, it wrecked me. So, yeah. But I'm excited to start it. I am working my way through the Undead Nightmare DLC for Red Dead Redemption. Let's go! And I'm currently treasure hunting / mythical creature hunting. And I just missed a mythical creature, which I'm kind of really bummed about because I genuinely like didn't see it. And then it would like the circle wasn't gone, so I'm just like Thank you for 37 months. Holy smokes. That's like 2 super long-term ones today. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Ark. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I was just telling chat that I ended up playing like an hour, maybe like 2 hours off stream, and I was like, wait a second, this game is so good. I have to stop what I'm doing and I have to play it on stream instead. 6 years, 8 months. That's so crazy. Alright. Well, I'm bummed because that's clearly gone, even though it was like right here. Can't wait for you to start Red Dead 2. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna start. I'm definitely gonna play that for sure. It lagged? Did it lag for everybody or just chaos? What your next game's gonna be? Do you have any options, or are there not even options?
Come. Let's go.
All right, I don't see. Damn. I don't see any place for this to be.
Let's go.
For the treasure map. And I missed the mythical creature. But you're comparing them. Yeah. It's hard. It really, like, it genuinely is hard when you have a game that just, like, really, really hits, you know, and you're just like, damn, like, what am I gonna follow up? Or if it's, like, super emotionally heavy, then maybe you want to play something that's not as emotionally heavy. Like, after I beat Baldur's Gate, I, like, what did I fucked around in a bunch of games after Baldur's Gate, because it consumed so much of my time. I mean, what? I've never played Baldur's Gate. What? Where am I going? Oh, I am going to the quest. Okay, I'm just, like, looking around for stuff at the same time. I mean, did you, did you Death Stranding? Like, have you played Death Stranding? Because, like, the second one just came out. Trying to think of other, like, really good games. I mean, I don't, oh, well, I guess you do have a PC, but like the Last of Us games are on PC now. Those are really, really good.
Whoa.
Automation or another RPG. I actually off stream started V Rising, and I am enjoying it so far. You probably would also enjoy, unless you've already played up, you know, clearly.
Hey.
Wait, do I have to I'm gonna do it just in case.
Come on.
I'm gonna re-hitch him just in case, because I caught that other horse unsure if it was supposed to be a mythical horse, and now I'm just nervous.
Slow down.
Don't remember what sidetracked me. I hate when that happens, but it's pretty much story of my life. Like, I get so super distracted by other games very easily. Oh, has anyone heard the Subnautica 2 news, which makes me really bummed out because I was really looking forward to it. Apparently they, like, fired a bunch of the original people who created the Subnautica series or whatever to avoid having to pay them a bonus or something.
Ay, qué bueno.
Something like
Señor
that. I may be
Marston,
paraphrasing.
How wonderful to see you alive.
I think I've cleared Sepulcro.
You're a brave servant of righteousness.
I've been called many things in my time, but never that. Who is that girl, by the way?
She? I don't know. She said she was in a holy order in Escalera.
I'm sure I keep seeing her. Or someone like her.
Maybe. But it is a common enough look.
Yeah,
Seemed like
something
that, I
along those lines.
She told me something interesting.
What's that?
She blamed this terrible curse on our soon-to-be president, Abraham Reyes. Perhaps you have heard of him.
Heard of him? I know him well.
I hope that vain, ambitious, and repugnant parasite is no friend of yours.
Not exactly. I didn't think he was that bad.
And who am I to judge?
Clearly.
Forgive me. I have
Gonna play
just
Death
heard
Stranding
many
2?
unpleasant stories and met too many
Heard it's very
pregnant
good.
and abandoned girls.
Of course. Well, what has he done?
She claimed he had angered an ancient goddess, disturbed a crypt, and a temple in her honor. I mean, as I
Down zombies. That's amazing. There's been a few, but they haven't been in the road. What's the chupacabra gonna look like in this? Oh my gosh, was it the chupacabra the whole time and I just didn't see it because it was little? I'm so bummed about the legendary creature. Gonna look like a chupacabra? Right. And that looks like... OG? No. No, I don't think I've ever seen what a chupacabra looks like. I mean, I've always, like, heard of it. But how do I know if I can find it? Is it little? Is it big? Is it little? Is it small? When it tries to eat your face? Okay. You seen that Scooby-Doo? I feel like maybe I have, and I'm just like, I have no recollection of it, or... I know, I feel like I've only just heard of it. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it. Sorry, don't mind Warhorse. Not really super known in your area, to be fair. Okay, oh, true. I have to go piss girl again after this cutscene. Maybe actually, I'll just pause the cutscene. That actually makes it easier, so then you guys are just chilling. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I did go piss, girl. Okay. Okay. So I need the chupacabra, I need the unicorn, and I need the last horse.
Donde is Abraham Reyes?
The two cryptids closest to your Mothman and Bigfoot? Well, I know what Mothman looks like. What Bigfoot looks like. Oh no.
Stop that now, Abraham! Come on, stop that.
Do you see what your greed has done?
Maybe you'll stay dead. He always did have a way with the ladies. It's okay. He's dead.
He's dead. Again.
Thank you, senor.
You'll be okay.
I'm glad you think so. But I fear I won't. None of us will. We are all doomed. Because of him.
Him? He wasn't a great guy, but I'm afraid you're giving him a little too much credit, my dear. Haven't I seen you before?
No. He caused this with his greed and his lust for power. He heard an ancient myth and tested it. It caused all of these terrible things. His vanity overwhelmed us all.
What the hell are you talking about? Where have I seen you?
Me? Oh, I have a common enough face. I'm from here. He disturbed the royal burial grounds that lie underneath the town.
She the hooker I bought?
He heard there was a mask hidden there that would make him invincible.
I've heard this blamed on Mexicans, Jewish people, freed slaves, the federal government, immigrants, the bad weather, now this. What's wrong with people?
It's true. Look in that chest. He has a sacred mask.
Oh no.
That is where this plague came from. Him and his awful lust for power.
Oh, John, don't touch it.
Where did you say the crypt was?
Near the bullfighting ring. Behind the villa.
Well, I guess it's worth a shot.
No one ever learns.
The mask must be returned to its owner.
Wait here. It's too dangerous.
You need me. I know what needs to be done.
I sure hope
Get up, John.
All of nature has been poisoned by that man's greed.
Alright, I need to get up these stairs, though. John, please. John, please. Okay, let's go. Ooh.
I always told my son,
Beepy.
never go into dark places with strangers.
Presidential palace should
Oh,
never
the music
have
is
been built
insane.
above a sacred place. Harmony is fragile.
Music is some Red Dead, or so I almost said Red Dead, some Resident Evil shit. Oh, come on. Booties along the way. Oh, lady, you're coming with me? Probably not the greatest idea, but that's fine.
That man have a good soul.
No, it's from The Mask. It's the mask from The Mask. Oh, I didn't get the guy in the back? Come on. They're just like falling all out of the what? They're just coming out of the ground and shit. Alright, I need something else. Oh, come on. How did you survive that? Yeah, because people are such idiots and they can't leave things alone. Listen, it's none of your business. It's none of your business.
Why aren't they attacking you?
These are your demons now.
You
Get
really
the
are
fuck
a
out of
strange
here.
girl.
This is as much a against yourself.
Are you? She's like a
Yeah,
Zambi.
this is real
She's
love.
gonna eat my face. She's a Zambi. It's a trick. But stop shooting
No
both of
wonder
them.
they
Just
don't
shoot
seem to
one.
like-
What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Look inside yourself. Look inside your mom. Bruh. Bruh. How are you not dying?
What on earth is wrong with you creatures? Come on now!
Yes, guys, I know I'm using my shotgun this time. But you can still get their heads.
This don't look like anything nice.
No, you don't think so, John? You don't think this is fun times? Whoa. 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 You're dead? I don't know. Bitch shooting. Why, thank you. You dead? I don't know if they're dead or not. They just keep getting back up. And you just bitch slap them. Oh shit, I forgot they blow up if you don't shoot them again. That was my fault. Sir? These, like, darker gray ones, like, don't die.
Where the hell are you all coming from?
When in doubt, double I know, because I'm like, I don't fucking know if they're dead or not.
Abraham.
I haven't been looting. I probably should be looting. Get some of this ammo back.
Man, this is foul.
It sounds like... I don't know how to explain it. Like, it sounds like an old school, like, horror movie. Like... It's so funny to me.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they are. They're coming out of the walls and everything, yeah. The walls and the ground.
We discover who we are when we least expect it.
Lady, I'm gonna shoot you in the face.
Stay dead! Now, this is a new low.
Probably what the... I know, I love it. I think it's very funny. Yeah, like an old Psycho movie, exactly. I feel like I'm an Indiana Jones right now. I'm dressed kind of like my hat is like in Indiana Jones. How are you still alive?
That was close. Good thing I got down here when I did.
This is not the time for your half-eating vanity. Return to rest.
There we go. Nice. Okay. Oh shit, I'm out.
Now come, let's put an end
Let's
to
put
this.
an end to this.
Return the mask.
Are you sure?
Just call me
Of course
Indiana
I'm sure.
John.
How do you know?
My name is Ayotioto.
She's like, yeah, it's me. I'm actually the curse. Wait, am I right? Wait, am I right? Wait, am I right? Yeah.
A horse is waiting for you. You should return home.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, was she really it? Like, was she really the curse?
John? There you are. Hell, whenever trouble starts, I can pretty much guarantee you'll ride off into the sunset.
You feeling better?
Yes. I mean, once that boy stopped trying to bite me, everything felt much better. I'm starving, though.
Jack?
Me? Well, I only felt better once that mad look left your eye. Please, Dad, don't leave me here alone with that woman again.
Excuse me?
I'll try not to, son.
Wait, does he actually have a bite on his neck though? I can't remember. It's been so. I think she did bite him.
Well, let me fix us something to eat.
Please don't. We've had enough dramatics for one day.
So I was joking about her being the curse, but she actually was the curse. I always do that. I always like joke about things and it ends up being right. Yeah. Oh jeez. Oh my God, Seth. Please tell me I get to play. Please tell me I get to play. Yeah, I get to play. Wait, who's this? Wait, who's this? Cochine has been. But what is this horse? He was started its body into wrench. Help him put to rest by finishing his work on Earth. But wait, what is this horse? Yeah, oh, I just have death now? I just got on death? Wait, where's my... There's no achievement for all 4 horses? Wait, I thought there was an achievement for finding all 4 of them. Oh, I guess there's not, but I thought there was. There should be? Well, it says attain 100% completion. I guess not. Well, I know there's a challenge. which I should have now. Rank 5. Kill one of each undead type using the 4th horse of the apocalypse, also known as death. Okay. Interesting. One of each kind of zombie. Wow, death is fast. Right, where is it? I need zombies. Oh, am I making the zombie noises? I'm making the zombie noises. Okay, that's gonna make it really hard to know when where there's zombies. Okay, so, so I guess I can do this. Because there was the achievement for having every single town be safe at the same time. And then I have to find the unicorn and the chupacabra. I wonder if that mythical creature that I passed was like the chupacabra and it was, I just like couldn't see it. Because it definitely wasn't a horse. Because I'm pretty sure this horse was literally just after you die. Because I didn't even have to break this horse, I just got on him. Yeah, I make zombie noises. It's funny. One of every type of zombie, it says. So there's like the regular zombie, and then there's like this, like the shambler ones or whatever. Then there's the big boys. And the acid spitter guys. And is that it? Is there just 4 types of zombies? Oh my gosh, John. That sounds right. I don't know if that's a thing. I feel like that's right because I feel like that's a Mexican cryptid. The bells ringing, there's zombies. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I think that makes sense. Oh, I think I just heard. I'm riding to a town that's overrun. Because I guess I'm gonna, while I'm like trying to hunt, I'm gonna get the achievement for making sure all of the settlements are safe at the same time. It's so far out of the way, yeah. I'm kind of bummed that there's not an achievement for the horses. The unicorn, though, that could be, like, anywhere. God, I hate this little area here. This little path is so not mouse and keyboard friendly. All right. Go right into the... that's fine. Yeah, that's kind of a boring looking horse. Oh, does it just straight... does death just straight kill them? Oh, wow, okay. That's kind of fun. Oh my god, I don't even have to run. I can just kind of like boop. Oh no, she ripped me off. Boop. Boop. Hey, stop. That's such bullshit. That's kind of funny. Just like, boop, you're dead. Boop, you're dead. Oh, whoops, sorry, you're dead. Oh no, sorry. Oh no, sorry. Oh wait, you, bitch? Alright, I'll just shoot the last one for good measure. Nice. Nice! Town has been saved. Awesome. Is there a place for me to sleep in here? Well, not sleep, but rest. Fast travel. Whatever. Alright. Now. Wait, is horse? Is horse? Is death my horse now? Is horse my horse now? I hope so. Alright, so I need to go to Casa Madrugada. Let's go there. Try hitching just to be safe. Is there a hitch anywhere? Hitch. I need a hitch. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hitch so I can hitch my horse. Is there really that one? It's gotta be one over here, right? Oh, wait. Did that just say hitch or did it say close? Hitch. Nice. Got-y. Did it. Alright.
Sidewater Gulch, Blackwater, all the same.
All the same. Zombie. Okay. Casa Madrugada is where we have to go. There we go. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's go to... Is that a chupacabra behind the Tesoro Azul? Let's go here. Zombie Marston, I know. When he's big pampin'. Look at him. Look at him. Big pampin'. Hello, Def. Let's go. It'd be very funny though if like it also just killed like everything it passed. If I just like bumped into a civilian on the road, it just killed them. I found the unicorn in Mexico. Wait, there's thingies. There's. I just saw an acid guy here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Whoa. I just got launched. It's gotta be all the kinds of zombies by now. Like, that's gotta be all the kinds, right? How many more kinds are there? Yay! I did it! Honestly, the horse is just like absurd. Ah, my nose. My nose itches. And he looks cool too. It's quite fun. What did I even get for that? I didn't even look. Tracks a bit. Yeah, it has like the trail that comes off the hill. Okay, so what did I get for my legendary? Oh, it's an outfit? I can't, because I'm zombie. Alright, next town. I like don't want to look it up, but I just want to know like what areas to look in. Like all of Mexico is huge. Alright, let's just, I guess, let's do this one. And then we'll come back to that one, and then we'll just go that way, I guess. I wish I had, like, some sort of direction. Oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely keeping death, for sure. For sure. He's been the most fun so far. Like, War was really... What happened? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. What the hell? That was absolutely crazy. All right, here's the rock again. Be careful this time. Okay, we made it. We made it. What the hell? Did it like... Did it register as like he fell or something? Like fell from like a height because he got stuck on the... That was wild. He just dropped dead. That was crazy. The game is not without issues, I know, but still. That was wild that he just dropped dead. I mean, the horse is death. How can it die? wasn't wasn't a big drop, but I wonder if the game like got confused with it being stuck on a rock with like it doing like a large fall, because sometimes that can happen. So where am I supposed to be going? Is there a town over here? Whoa. But what? There's not anything here. There's nothing here. Might find a thingy. Up the mountain. Oh, maybe up here, you mean? So, straight ahead to this and around. I mean, that makes sense. I don't know where else. Oh, gosh, my eye. But yeah, I did a mission here. I did a quest here in the main game. Oh yeah, see, I see it over there now. Yeah, there it is. Hi, zombies. Boop, boop, boop. Hello. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, death. Oh no, death. Oh no, death. Oh no, death. Are you gonna shoot? Thank you. Jeez. Alright, let's see if we can figure this out. Let's see if we can figure this out. Okay, there we go. I am on fire. Yeah, I can't move. This... Yo. My fucking horse is gonna die. Bruh. My god dang dig dang horse. Come here, horse, let's go. Go, go, horse, go. Okay, there we go. Get safe. Stay over here. Get safe. I know you're deaf and all, but apparently you can fucking die, so... Like, there's no way. Oh, my lord. literally shot her in the head. Get out of here with that shit. Who this bitch? Right here? Got him. Got him. Did I just get a pump action shotgun? Is that what I just got? I think so. I think that's what I said I just got. Erg, erg, arg. Erg, arg. Alright, next is El Presidio. Alright, but we're not gonna go, we're gonna go here to Casa Madrugada because I don't want to go down through this annoying ass shit again. You know what I mean? Wait, what? Above? Above? Above. Is ready here? You might find the unicorn. Really, Dave? Why do you have to be logical? All right. Good point. The unicorn better be so good. Where's my horse? I left him here. It's good. It better be. It better be good. Okay, I'm not gonna call my horse here because I think that's how OG Jeff died originally. I didn't even know about it when I was playing. I don't want to look it up because I don't want to be like told exactly where. I just want to know like the general area. Like, are there multiple spawns or is there one spawn? Like, should I not be wasting time? I just need to know. And the chupacabra as well. I honestly don't know. I am stuck on a rock again. Yeah, I'm not gonna call my horse because, like I said, that's how OG Jeff died. I was calling him when I was like in a canyon or some shit. And I also have the other treasure map too, which I still don't know where that is. That is somewhere by water with a corral, an outhouse, a partially brick building. I hope the unicorn like tags the I hope the unicorn tags the like legendary creatures in the area thing. And the chupacabra, again, I just like, what am I even looking for? I don't know. I had to go off-road. Okay, so that is a safe place, so we can go past here. Honestly, as silly as it sounds, I hope the chupacabra does try to like attack me, and I'll just kill it out of like instinct and self-defense rather than trying to hunt for it. The Bigfoot was a quest, which I'm still really upset about. Because I don't know if they would have spawned in the wild without those quests. Or without the quest, I mean. I have to change this the pad on this ear because of my piercing. I have to go to just a smaller size. Doors are locked, but the survivors have placed ladders along the outer walls. Okay. Is that a person? Or is that a zombie? I think that was a zombie. That may have been a person. But I think it was a zombie. No, I'm pretty sure it was a zombie. It just was a cleaner zombie, and that's why I was like, He was a zombie? Yeah, he didn't seem like it. He, honestly, it was fine. I think it was fine. Alright, ladder. I'm totally one of those safe zombies, though. I'm not gonna try to eat you. Wait, is that it? Is that all I'm supposed to do here? Porfirio Gutierrez. Wait, what? I thought that... Oh, it just is safe? Okay. Well, sure, I guess. That makes total sense. Alright. Missing person was last seen. Oh, wait. Why is the music? Are they scared of me? I'm a safe zombie. I'm not even gonna eat your face. Hee Chow, chow, chow. Alright, let's go find this person. And a chupacabra and a unicorn. And save the rest of the towns. We're near the missing person's last known location. Okay, let's go. Bring the missing person back to safety. Sure. Hi. It's okay, my horse is really cool. I think I just ran the guy over. Whoa. Whoa. Where's he up top? I literally think I just knocked this dude with my horse. Oh no, he's over there. Okay. It's okay, guy. Get on my totally normal horse. Come on. Come on, get on. Get on! Dummy dumb.
How can a medico stop this brujeria? I cannot. You see?
Wait, what is that?
Así, destroy those damn diablos.
What? I'm also hoping they show up.
Ayuda, ayuda, and I cannot do anything.
Ayuda, ayuda.
People ask me for help, but I'm a medico. I'm not a priest.
That's fine. It's fine that you're not a priest. Oh my. Hugo, hi. Kill all the undead near the gate. What do you think this is? Is it 8? Is it just the 3 of them now? Oh my word. Oh my word. What? 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 Ooh. Zombie horse, wait. Come back. Zombie horse, wait, come back. Get on, sir. You were closer to the gate than than you were to get onto the where I am. That's craziness. Mexico! That was wild. that was a little unnecessary there. Oh yeah, you're welcome, John. Wait, what? Another one? Another one? I can't be saving everyone all the time, guys. Come on. Just let me out, dude. Bruh. I always fucking forget they blow up. So stupid. Alright, let's go. What was that noise? Oh. up, my guy?
Ándale, una persona viva. Pues come say hello, amigo. A medic must study disease and find
No,
cures.
I'm not playing this game. Bring me a live zombie so we can eat my fucking face off. Nope. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. I will not partake. Chupacabra! Chupacabra, where are you? Come out and play! Chupacabra! Oh no, they're in the garden. I love how I don't have to like really run into them. I can just kind of tap them. Why did the music get very loud suddenly? It's very loud suddenly. Yeah, it really did. The sound has been saved. And the music's just done. Chuparosa? Is there a chupacabra near Chuparosa? Right, if I can get these last two, I'll get the achievement for having all the towns safe at the same time. I want to change my... Hold on. Hopefully I saved them. I did, okay. I need to downsize the pad on this headset, this ear for my make room for my piercings because I'm that annoying of a person. Why does it sound like aliens? Okay, why exactly do you not want to go on? Do you hear what sounds like beeping and stuff like that? Like, sounds like aliens or some shit. Is this not the right one? I'm very confused right now. This one will not stretch onto this earbud. Like, I feel like I'm an idiot or something. So it is pretty. It is a very pretty landscape, that is true. That's one thing that this game has done really well, I will say. Okay, is this just not the right size? Like, I don't understand what's going on. I've never had this problem before. This is so funny. Like, it just won't stretch over the bud. And now the original one won't stretch over it either. Like, what the fuck? Alright, am I just dumb? What is going on? Send them back? No, they're fine. It's just, I don't know what's going on suddenly. Hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna figure this shit out. Okay, I honestly feel like a crazy person. I finally got the original one to pop back on, but I cannot get the smaller one to pop on. Like, I don't know if it's just defective and like maybe it genuinely is too small or what, but I cannot get the smaller pad to pop on. It just will not pop on. That's so crazy. And I was really struggling to get the original one back on too, which was even crazier. Okay. Okay. What is this alien like sound going on right now? I hope the unicorn is like very obviously a unicorn. Like glittery and like rainbow and shit. Not like a regular ass horse with just a horn on it. We'll see. Makes me assume that it's not Dave. What the hell is the chupacabra? And where is... Sorry, I totally trailed off. I was gonna say, where's this treasure map? But... Where is my completion in my journal? Or is it stats? 66%, okay. Wait, is this town right here? Can I just go? Yeah. Howdy. Town is under attack. Okay. Doo-doo. 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 This is so much fun on a horse. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see her. I saw the big guy, but I didn't see her. Oh, come on! Oh, what the? He just glitched. Just bop him on the head. Wait, can my horse not, like, trample them on its own? Like, as it's running away? Is he the last one, really? There we go. I hit him with my death horse, excuse me. I hit him with the death horse. A Schofield revolver. Okay, next. All right, so we've got 3 more. Oh no, this one's under attack. All right. All right, let's defend the one we have first, and then we'll come back here and do the next ones. Not sure if that's the best order. Right, this is where? Dixon Crossing? Thieves Landing? Thieves Landing? Dixon Crossing? Where is this? Thieves Landing? Oh, okay. Close enough. Close enough. Later. Talk to the survivor. Nah. I'll just murder. How are none of you dying right now? That's crazy that the horse can't trample on its own. You know? Like, just its existence doesn't trample stuff. That's kind of crazy to me. Holy shit, there's a lot in here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it could have just, like, if it can just trample when you get off of it and it just, like, continues to run, you know? Because that happens a lot. Like, when you get off your horse, he'll just, like, continue running forward. People. Wait, you guys are not dead? That's crazy. Who's left? Is it just this lady? Okay, nice. Fire bottles? That's it? Oh, because I just saved the town. I didn't... Okay. Yeah. That makes more sense. I just saved it. I didn't, like... like, I don't know. No. I don't know what the word I'm trying to think is. See, what are those bells? That means that there's zombies? Chuparosa. That's a lot of ringing. Those mean down folk are happy. Okay. There's so many bells I hear. What? Yeah, I'm gonna barbacoa her fucking face. Bro, why did it take 700 years to shoot him? That was weird. That was weird. Not a ton of zombies in here, huh? There's not a lot of dudes in here. Stay over there, Death. Hello. Hello. One for you. One for you. One for you. Death, what are you doing, buddy? Whoa, 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 whoa. Sure. Wait, there's still more over there? Come on. Slowly make your way over here. Double action revolver. Let's go. All right. Hopefully last one. Oh, last two. Okay, nothing's under attack. Okay. Let's go. Last two. Okay. Chupacabra, where are you? Sidewinder Gulch. I hope it tries to attack me like a cougar or something does. Or it tags that there's a legendary in the area like the other one did. I'm really curious what that legendary that I missed was. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. Holy smokes, there's a shit ton in here. Okay, why am I stuck? There we go. Crazy. Crazy. No way. That's bull. This one's crazy. Look at how many notches of town safety there is. Wait, is it all the way up in here too? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just down here in the town. There's so many. Why can't I fucking... Okay, yep. I can't turn around. Sure. Oh my god. Y'all are fucking on fire. Like, actually chill. What? I have no idea what that was about. Why he just continued to go to one side over there. Like, that's so weird. I'm literally not holding the direction down when I'm throwing. And he, like, keeps stepping forward sometimes, which is weird. That was very strange, I feel like. Like he would walk forward even though I was not walking him forward. There he is. Where's his head? I'm just guessing that's his head. What's this last one? Where's the last one? Oh, it's a dog. A buffalo rifle. Let's go. All right, last one. Hopefully nothing's under attack. All right. All right, let's go. All right, Chupacabra and Unicorn on the way. Let's go. If I don't find them by the time I get to the last town, which is not very far away, I'm just gonna look up, like, areas to search for them. 12:30 already, which I know it's Friday, so it's not a big deal, but I don't want to like waste like several hours looking for these, you know? Especially because most people have already left for the night. Town is under attack. Okay, okay, horse. Okay, horse. Okay, horse. Why are we not moving? First of all, I don't like... Oh, because I got a new weapon, that's why. Okay. Oh my gosh, this horse just keeps getting stuck on nothing. Weird bugs. Yeah, like I said, it definitely, when they ported it, they did not anticipate people playing on a mouse and keyboard. So it definitely has some flaws when it comes to that. Like my horse just continuing to move after is like really annoying, you know? Things like that. Where's this little crawling fucker? Here you are. Why so many crawlers, dude? Bruh. Stop. How are you not dead? Jeez. Alright, have every territory saved at the same time. Let's go. Alright. We're looking this shit up. I just want an area to search in. Okay. Directly beneath the sea in Casa Madrugada. Southeast of Perdido. Perdido. South of Casa Madrugada. Okay. Where am I now? No Salida. Oh, there's a lot of places. Okay, so it will give me a mythical creature thing. Chupacabra can be found Friday morning between 2 and 3 a.m. If the player is having a hard time locating and hunting the Chupacabra, they should save the game at Chuparosa. When the player continues, there will be... Okay. Oh, numerous players have reported that writing death while searching for the Chupacabra may stop it from spawning. Interesting. Hi, Mark! What the fuck? Alright, so let's check. Okay, so there's a bunch of places that it can be. Las Hermanas, Tesoro Azul, Alta Cabeza, by Punta Ogula and Escalera. Oh, just south of Escalera in the vicinity of the E when zoomed out on the map. So like here. Alright, so we're not gonna go on the horse, because apparently that can make it not spawn, which seems silly. Mock, how you doing? How's things? I bet you that's what that legendary search was a couple hours ago. I'll bet you that's what it was, because I could not see anything. I did not see anything. Things are things. Things are also things. My last, like, 3 weeks of streams have been, like, just so shitty. Whether, like, missing streams or just not the best stream. Like, it's just been... Things have just been crazy lately. TBH. Alright, I want to stop when I get, like, kind of close. Yeah, I definitely didn't have death before when I got that legendary ping earlier, so... Nope. Nope. I ain't falling for that shit again. Sorry. Alright, where am I? Okay, so here. Alright, so let's get off my horse here. Wasn't that you didn't want to? I know, but it's just like... I always feel so guilty. I always feel so bad. Okay. I know you're not what I need, but... This is gonna take forever. Alright, they also said by Tesoro Azul, so I guess I'll just run. I hope that really is not, like, glitched on death, because that would be really shitty. Well, here's a regular horse. Like, as long as I don't... whatchamacallit. Oh, no, I guess not. I'll leave it. I was gonna try to catch it, but I don't want to risk losing death. Alright, Tesoro Azul, it also said. And Chupa Rosa, so let's head this way. I feel like I'll have more luck not being on the road. And the unicorn too, I'm curious. Like how obvious it's gonna be. I was on the road last time when I got the search, which I'm pretty sure that was the Chupacabra and I fucking missed it. But I'll also try the thing that they said to save your game at Chupa Rosa and restart. I'll try that too. Cleared the map. Yeah, I'll try that. Just give me the little mythical circle. Just bless me right now. Alright, game. I meant, like, now. Wait, do I have a kit? Do I have a camping kit? Oh, I don't have a camping kit in this one? Interesting. Interesting. Let's check the unicorn too. Maybe there's any places that you can do it at the same time. The unicorn can be found Northwest of Torquemada and northeast of Diaz Coronas in the northeast of Mexico. Here. Okay. Other side of the Chupacabra. Alright, what is this? Is this... Okay, so this is Tesoro Azul, so it's supposedly over near here too. But let's go in here and fast travel to Chuparosa and see if we can get it to spawn that way. Because otherwise, I probably won't do another stream of this because we've like finished the game, but I might like if I'm bored do some stuff off stream. But I want to try to finish these at least in the next 20-ish minutes or so. We can. All right. Where's the house here? Wasn't she in Ghostbusters? Azul? Okay. Let us save. Yes, I would like to save. Okay. We will... Main menu? Wonder if I have to restart my whole game or just reload my game. Okay, so what did it say? It said to rest. Hold on. Okay, should save the game at Chupacabra, turn off the console or quick game. The player, there's a possibility Chupacabra will spawn in Perdido near Las Hermanas. Okay. I didn't quit my game, I just restarted it, so. Pre-compiling shaders. I've been playing for 4 hours. Crazy. Okay, so it's by Perdido near Las Hermanas. Okay. Okay, so let's try here-ish. Give or take, we'll try there. I don't know how long it's gonna stay, honestly. We tried a different dye than we tried last time, so. Fuck you.
Te debo mi vida, señor. This is for you.
Thank you. I just committed murder. No big deal. All right, I'm not gonna get on my horse because apparently that makes it glitchy. So let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't have to catch it or anything. I just have to kill it. And it's not that far. I mean, it's not that close, but it's also not that far. But I don't have to go, like, directly through the path. Oh, wait. What? Where is this taking me? Wait, why is it taking me that way? Oh, I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah, he didn't wait for me to get my rope out and he just shot her in the face. Which was crazy. Alright, let's hope this works. Let's go. I'm just going straight for the X. Not taking the roads and stuff. Not taking my horse. I have to figure out where the other treasure map is. Because that one I still didn't figure out. Why is he panting? He's a zombie. Thinking about brains. Brian's. chupacabra. That's crazy. Did he try to say it? Come on, Chupacabra, please. Yeah. Yeah, it says it's between Perdido and Las Hermanas if, like, that save thing works. So, I'm getting there. The Chupacabra eats goats. Okay, so this is, like, close to the halfway point here.
You are back, eh? Should we do more hunting together? I bet you some supplies. You cannot kill more of them than me.
Nah, I'm good. It also said between like 2 and 3 a.m. Right, here's goats. There's a horse. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, dogs. Yeah. What the? That was like way ahead of when the dog was actually there. Why? Okay, what the fuck am I using here that's taking 7,000 shots? Okay. Where the fuck else? Okay, so it says some players found it south of Chuparosa at 5:30 on a under the R in Chuparosa. It is to be noted that once the Chupacabra has been killed, the unicorn can be found within a minute northeast of really? Okay, the Rockstar Q&A says the fields northwest of Torca da Mata, which is over there. Okay. southeast of Perdido, south of Casa southeast of Perdido. So like here. Give or take. Give or take. I wonder if because I didn't actually quit like my whole game. I just like went back to the main menu. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Bruh. This is ridiculous with these fucking dogs, dude. Dude, what is with these fucking dogs? Oh my god, and the worst part is I can't even like deadeye them. Bro, the reaction is early on that shot. That is such bullshit. Again, didn't shoot. Didn't shoot. I will never understand the dead eyes where they just won't shoot. Fucking dog, dude. That's, oh my gosh, that reaction is early. What is actually happening with this fucking dog right now? Fuck. I almost caught another horse like a couple minutes ago, but I got nervous about potentially losing one of my horses. All right, seriously? If I have to like shut my game actually down for this thing to spawn. Oh my god, there's more fucking dogs, dude. I don't think you get them back. No, it said something about getting, where did I see it? Yeah, see, I've got them. I've got them here now. So I can technically summon any of them now. Yeah, that was my reward for completing the challenge. I'm afraid that as soon as I like leave and go somewhere else to look, like it'll spawn over here. Alright, so it says it's under the R in Chuparosa. Let's try that. We'll try for about 10 or so more minutes and then we'll probably call it. I'm so annoyed. I guarantee you that search earlier that I missed. That was just a cougar, but it scared me. Yeah, it says the unicorn spawns on the east side. I'm gonna check this out really quick. If I get a circle, I'll get a circle. If not, I'll go the other place. I guarantee you that's what that circle was earlier today. I almost guarantee that's what that was. When I was like, what is this circle? I don't see anything. I can't find anything. No. I know it's not an excuse. It's definitely been buggy. I 100% agree it's been buggy. But yeah, there was that search circle earlier that it was like, oh, a legendary has like spawned in the area, and I went in the circle and I could not see anything. I could not see anything. I couldn't find anything. Like nothing stood out. And I would bet it was like the chupacabra, and it was just like hard to see in all of the trees and stuff like that. All right, so this is supposedly one of the spots that you can check. Okay, so it says that it can be found northwest of Torca da Mata, which is also, yeah, the three horses. That's also where the unicorn supposedly spawns. All right, so where's the closest? All right, so we'll continue straight to Chuparosa and then fast travel over here. Came up fast and it was gone. Yeah, it was very, very quick. I wonder if I can just get a different horse. Like, should I just like summon War? Alright, we got War now. Back to Warhorse, yeah. Alright. Excuse me. What is she doing? Do you guys see her in there? You see her? It's funny. Okay. So it is Torca da Mata. Okay, let's try this. All right. It says, specifically says where the picture of the three horses is. So that's just, I'm gonna start there and we'll see. Okay. So here's supposedly where to start your search. See if I get the circle. But it also said that the unicorn's over here, didn't it? Unicorn can be located in the fields northwest of Torca da Mata, directly underneath the map image of the three horses, after the player has killed the chupacabra. Okay. So the chupacabra's here first. And completed all the 4 horses of the apocalypse. Chupacabra can be killed after you've completed the first 4 undead hunter challenges while searching for the unicorn. The player will not be alerted to its location because this player will have to find the unicorn in the field by themselves. Okay. So the Chupacabra supposedly is also here, or is an option to be here. Did I win? Oh, not yet. Now did I win? Nope, not yet. Now I won! Yay! Reward? Shotgun ammo, okay. Alright, Chupacabra, let's go! Come on! Okay, those are wolves. Come on, just give me a blue search circle. Bait it with some tacos. I wonder if it really won't spawn because I'm pretty sure it spawned earlier. I think I just hit that dude. Oh, he died. Looks like that's a negatory. At least for now. Yeah, it says that it's where these 3 horse things are on when you zoom out. Okay. Crazy. Want to come from a different direction? All right, let's go here. I'm gonna save and like completely turn the game off and turn it back on. I feel like it shouldn't matter, but the fact that they're like, oh, turn your console off, I'm like, Wait, there's no fast travel here? Oh, oops. Oops. I haven't done anything since the last save, right? Like I could just resave? Or I could just reload or quit. But it also says at like 5:30 a.m. It's like 2 p.m. right now. Let's just do this. Quit the game. Hello, game. Hello, game. There we go. Actually, honestly, I hate to do this, but I have to go to the bathroom again, and I feel like it's already 1, so we'll just call it. I'm gonna keep looking off stream, but I think we are gonna call it right here, just so I can like go to the bathroom and not have to rush back. I'm probably not gonna raid out because there hasn't been anybody on the past like 17 Fridays. Let's see. Yeah, it's all good. All right, I'm gonna call it here, guys. I will be live tomorrow with Gigi for more Elden Ring, and hopefully, if all goes well, knock on wood, we will start either Red Dead 2 or Clair Obscur on Sunday. I haven't decided which one I'm gonna start, but yeah. Thank you for playing this. Thank you so much for suggesting it. I appreciate it, Dave. Yeah. Sorry to just bail out on here, but I figured like I instead of peeing for like the 900th time, like. It's all good. Stay safe, make good choices, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Elden Ring with Gigi. Bye!